All right. I think I am live. It seems to be loading. Let's take a look here. Yes. Yes, we are live. Hello, Zen friends. Sorry. I went to start and it did something weird. And I had to reload it real quick. So thanks for hanging in there. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we are live. Okay, good. All right. All right. So, hello, everybody. Happy Saturday evening or Sunday morning to those of you on the other side of the planet. So glad to be here. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your holidays, your holiday weekend. I can't believe it's almost the end of the year already, but we will dive in here in a moment. But before we begin, let's come back to this moment. We'll start off taking a big, deep breath, coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos of the outside world into the moment right here. So we'll take a big, deep breath, hold it for as long as you'd like, and then just a slow exhale, focusing on coming here. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl. All right, so here we go. Big, deep breath in. Beautiful. And next, we'll bring in some beautiful love energy by hitting the singing ball. Hit it 3 times, and each time, just imagine this beautiful love energy just flowing out of us, filling us up into our minds and our hearts and our energy fields, our physical bodies, and flowing out to the world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to make this vibration of the planet go higher and higher as well. Something we can do to help us immediately raise our vibration and the whatever we're contributing to the collective is gratitude. It's one of the higher of all the vibrations, higher vibrations, and it does allow us to be in tune and connect to the spirit world more. So allows us to receive messages from spirit, but also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win when it comes in. All right, so I'll do this here. Not sure how loud it will be. It always varies. So watch your volume, watch your ears as we begin, and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Such beautiful, beautiful energies. She's just singing up a storm these days. We'll put her back here. She can watch us from over by the Christmas tree. So, hello, everybody. How's this? Yeah, it looks like it's clear over there. It's just the screen over here must be the resolution. It's a little weird, but it's fine over here. So, hello, hello, everybody. I'm back, ready for another beautiful session to hear from Spirit and see what they want to teach us today and what messages come through for us. Um, I'm going to introduce a new tarot deck. I've been using the Yuletide Tarot for a lot these last couple weekends, and I'm kind of wanting it to rest. I'm not gonna hurt its feelings and say I'm tired of looking at it. Boo boo, it's okay. We'll still come back to you. But, I'm gonna use this one tonight. It's the Pastel Dreams, tarot deck. So we'll be using that one this evening for our readings, and we're almost done with this other oracle deck for donations too. So once I finish those, I have another little deck, oracle deck that we'll move into possibly. So I'm excited to use this. This will be the first time I'm using these for a reading outside of myself. I always do readings on myself with my new cards. But this is one of the Black Friday deals, and I really like these, how they designed them. So we'll see how you guys like them. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Two things that we can definitely use on this adventure of humanity. So, welcome. We always have room for more Zen friends. So, welcome, welcome. Um, if you want to know how the whole process works for all the readings and all of that, we do, it's all down in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, prioritize them, step out of their free readings. We dive deeper. We get into more spilling the tea with Bretta Z. So we pull more cards. And then also, you get an oracle card for a little fortune cookie to round out your reading. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom. Or in the description box of the video, we do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you want to give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can in the moment. So I'm grateful for that. I know everyone's finances vary, the cost of living, the rate of exchange, all that varies. So whatever you're able to give, I do honor that. And what else? What else? If I have not gotten to any free readings by 2.5 hours, then I do step away from donations to complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. Lately, I've been getting to like usually every session, I end up coming back and just finishing out all the free readings too. But I always finish donation readings in each session and try to get to as many free readings. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps as well. So if you come back later and looking for your reading, just check that pinned comment and you will find your name and click on that little timestamp. It takes you right to your reading. Also, tonight in the pinned comments, this weekend, I am every session pulling a winner from the donations and then also from the free readings, giving a 15-minute personal recorded reading away. So I do that after the stream though, and then I post the pinned comment, and then I will also post a social media post on my Instagram, not my PayPal, Instagram, Facebook, and then on the community tab of the YouTube um, community area. Yeah, that's it. Also have winners tomorrow. I've already given away 6 free readings, 2 Thursday night, 2 Friday night, 2 this morning. Excuse me. So we'll have more tonight and then more tomorrow. And I probably will have some sort of giveaway New Year's Day evening, not New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day, January 1st in that evening session because it's a Thursday. I'll be back for that, the first session for January for 2026. So we'll have some giveaways, I'm sure. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. What else? What else? So we'll have those. Also, I am continuing. I've been doing it for a couple months, few months, 2 or 3 months. Every new moon and full moon, giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. And then we have one. I'm going to continue that into 2026 as well. I'm enjoying doing that. So we're going to continue that. Spirit said, yay, 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 do that. So next week, January 3rd, is going to be the Cancer super full moon. So the moon rules over the sign of Cancer. So it's right at home in that energy, and it's going to be expansive. So I'm excited to see what comes through with all that. But we'll have a drawing. If you haven't gotten into that, I just posted the link in the chat. And if you want to see in the description box of the video, I always put the current giveaways that are active. So you can always check that down below as well. And on January 2nd, I'll be changing my pricing back. I've been having my personal readings and my hedges on special, but we will be switching those back. So if you want to take advantage of that, all that's listed in the description box too. If you want to see the pricing, there's a little video there if you'd rather listen to it. And then lastly, but not leastly, if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, I just put out a new adventure episode called In Love with the Future. So if you want to check the playlist is in the description box. And if you want to catch up on all of them, it has some great information in those that come through from Spirit. We've got a little bit of starting off with story time with Bretta Zen, where I talk about my drama and trauma of my life, which you all can relate to, I know. And then also, then we talk about the viewpoints of the human on why humans do what we do. And then from Spirit, why we want to go through those things. And then, of course, hints from Spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So check those out if you're interested. All right. I think that is everything I wanted to say. It's enough. So let's do some shout outs and we'll get started here. So we'll start from the bottom of the chat here. We got Livier Vagara. Hello, hello, my friend. Welcome back. Grab your free reading request. We'll put that in here. Very good. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean G. Thank you so much. I see that we got two donations that came through the Cash App. So you'll be up there twice. Start off, hey, good to see you. I just picture you saying it that way. Hey, I don't know why. It just is. And then we've got Aisha. You have your free reading there. So hello, hello. We have Faith and Love in the house. Hey, Faith and Love. Hey. We've got your question also on here. And then user PC. Boom, boom. We got your general reading request here too. So welcome, welcome. So we've got all those on the list. You do say it like that? Well, good. I'm not stalking you. I'm just channeling you. Too funny. All right. So that is where we're at right now. And so we will dive in here. And maybe a third one coming in, maybe. Or it might be my everything's catching up on everything here. Nope, there is a third one in there. So we'll have three for you. Thank you so much. All right. So let me crunch my little throat lozenge, get it out of the way here. And then we'll get into it here. So cheers, everybody. Happy New Year on its way. All right. Yum, yum. All right. So I'll jump in here. Let's take a quick look at these here. Okay. Okay. So these, you put your questions in there. All right, good. I got you. So up first, your first question's on here in the chat. I get you. All right. So Sean G, you got 1505. Look at that. 1505 is your first time stamp. So let's jump in here. So your first one's up here. You wanna know, will you get the paperwork signed and notarized Monday from your cousin? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energy, so what we got here. Okay, we got to that. What else do you need to know about the cuz here? I think that's it. I think that's it. And then this one here, this one here. All right. Yeah, I like it. Bottom of the deck, you have the chariot, which of course is movement energy. It is this victory and movement both coming in. So this is it's a good sign. That means it's a yes. There is movement. The chariot rolls over all the knights, which are all about action and movement. And of course, being a victory card is really good too. It's the bottom of the deck. Up here, you have the Four of Cups, which this is an energy of like emotional stability that comes in here. So I like that. Um, Usually the cup is being offered, but here it is sitting right in your lap, the Ace of Cups here. So I like that. It's, I feel like that's a sign. You got the Two of Pentacles, a wonderful balancing energy that comes in here too. So I like that. Very positive energies here. Um, yeah. Feel like just be patient, it'll happen, but I don't think like it happens at like 8:01 AM in the morning. I feel like it's done by like that in the afternoon, shortly after lunch, it feels like. Yeah. And we do have this transformation, yeah, because you go from the Five of Pentacles, which is the fear of not having enough, not, you know, that kind of energy, to the Four Pentacles, which is a solid foundation. Again, another four energy. So this fear of not receiving is transformed, just like that. Boom, there it is, kind of energy. And you have the Five of Swords that moves, whoops, to the Judgment card too. So, there's a little bit of conflict energy that gets resolved here too by seeing things from a higher perspective with the Judgment card. So it feels like we've got a couple of fears of conflict, some fears of things not, unfolding, but they get resolved. And the Judgment card is, seeing things, a call to see things differently. And I like that kind of energy just going, the Chariot card at the bottom is the power of choice too, going, okay, I get to choose my story, my emotions, my action, and my energy. I can't control anyone else's. So I'm going to control what I can, because whatever I control within me is what changes things in my view of the outside world. So I like that. So it seems like a positive outcome here. So I like that. And we'll see what your fortune cookie says here too. Had to put on my black hoodie because it's getting cold. My little short sleeve t-shirt was not doing the trick. Thank you guys. I heard the East Coast over there, you guys got some pretty big snow over there in the upper Northeast, huh? All right. I think one showed itself. Is it? Did it flip over? Oh, it is this one. All right. All right. All right. Yep. Aligned action. Boom. So there we are. More action energy that coming in here. Says, I release resistance to doing what is best for me, allowing aligned action to flow effortlessly. How perfect for this. I release resistance to doing what's best for me, and I allow alignment action to flow, or aligned action to flow effortlessly. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. So that's looking good there, Sean. I like it. Smooth, smooth. All right. We'll find your next one here in a sec. This is a thought we had. Yep. So we got Ken in the house. Hey, Ken. Get you added on to the free list here. Let's make it some space. And then Maria P, I see your free reading. We'll add you on here. And Tim Gem, hello, hello again. Back from the crick. You scored an aluminum threshold, pull tabs, and a few nails. Wow. One Stone Age flint scraper. Good relaxing time, right? It's not about the destination, it's more the journey when it comes to the um, radar detector, right? Pretty cool. No skulls. Yay. So you're good. All right. We'll continue on here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So I appreciate that, everybody. All right. So here we are for number two. Shanji, more fives in here. 2055 this time. All right. And I believe this one has your question in it, which is guidance for your finances. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So, what does Spirit want you to know about finances? Okay, thank you. Up one. Another one. And we got these. This one here. All right. What do we got going on here? Okay. Powerful, powerful, beautiful Page of Wands. Look at that beautiful brightness there. So, Page of Wands, of course, is about a it's our fire, it's our passion, it's our intention, where we're focusing our energy. And the Page of Wands is about being aware of where we're like pointing our energy. And we talk about that a lot, right? About if I'm focusing on gratitude for what I have and what I have had, picturing it of when I received it in the past, the emotions I felt when I received that, and then our energy just activates that. And it's like basically marking something as a favorite. They're showing me like if you have something and they have a little star and you can click it and go, this is a favorite, this is a favorite. These are what we're telling creator. This is what we like. We want more of this. So whatever we're focusing our energy on the most is what we're telling the universe we'd like more of. Not lack, not missing and wanting finances, but gratitude for abundance of it, right? So I like that, stepping into the power of our energy and remembering, yeah, every moment I'm creating, I'm either creating and building or I'm creating destruction and removal or restriction. And neither's right, neither's wrong. It just brings different experiences, different outcomes, but we're the ones that create all that for us. So let's see here. That was the bottom of the deck. The first card, you have the King of Cups. Yeah. Beautiful balance between head and heart. So that's an important energy, and it's okay to have the mind that thinks it needs to have certain things happen, but then we step and balance into our heart and go, it's okay. It doesn't, um, we don't have to define ourselves by our finances, understanding, of course, that so much is connected to finances in our current age, not how much crops we have or animals or whatever, but this imaginary thing called money, right? But it's what makes the world go around right now. And I like this balancing energy where the heart comes in and goes, what's more important? Okay, this is good, but focusing our energy on that, um, the abundance and the gratitude around it is an important piece because the heart is where the gratitude exists. Then you have 3 cards that came together, and the first one actually flipped over already, which is the Leo energy of the Strength card. And it's a beautiful, beautiful energy because it is fire, it is strength, it is really this, in a way, seeing things from our a connection with our higher self. Because the maiden here, is actually the infinity symbol. That's our higher self, and the beast is our human self. And there's a great story around the strength card that spirit gave me where we come down hungry as this lion and we're told look outside of yourself, what's going to fill you up, it's going to take away that hunger and that thirst is the 3 buckets of relationships, situations, and things where finances and money are, right? And, these will fill you up. These will make you, wanna feel, full. And so the lion goes, "Sounds good." We're all taught this basically, right? So we all go out and eat and drink of all those, and the more we eat and drink, the more thirsty, the more hungry we become. And then, we get more and more desperate where we become this roaring lion in the jungle because we're hangry, we're hungry, angry, and we're and that's when our higher self is like, all right, now's the time to introduce myself. And then they come down and we realize, oh, I'm more than just this human character. There's also, the actor behind this character is who I really am. I'm just an extension of you. And, our higher self doesn't, introduce itself to come and, you know, kill us off or, kill off the lion or, suppress it or cage it, whatever, because it knows what it's hangry for is unconditional love, and our higher self is made of it, so it knows, "I can give you what you need. I'm gonna give you part of me and flood you with this energy, this unconditional eternal love." And then we transform from this hangry, roaring lion in the jungle to a sleeping little purring lion cub laying in the lap of our higher self, feeling content and full. And then they're not like Superman. They don't come down and rescue us and then fly away. They come down and then we form and we walk hand in paw together through our life, seeing life in a different perspective. And that's what this is coming in here is there's this transformative energy of realizing what I'm looking for is in here, inward and upward. Doesn't mean that I don't want the things of the outside world. It just changes as I feel that contentment on the inside. You also have the Two of Swords. Yeah, it's the battle between the head and the heart. I like that, our mind is going, we must have this, and the heart's like, no. But with that King of Cups, that's the coming together here. So the struggle ends, and then you do have the Page of Pentacles. So new opportunity for new funds coming in, new abundance coming in. And it's interesting once we adjust our viewpoint and or our energy around it, it just comes to us easily and effortlessly because the more we grasp at it, the more we push it away, the more we just allow it, it comes to us, right? So I love that. Let's see what else we have around finances. You got the Ace of Cups and the Three of Cups coming out together. So here's your spiritual posse and your self-love. So it's kind of like your higher self and your spiritual support. You're very supported by the upper world around abundance, all the many reasons of abundance, which are the outside world with finances and things coming in, gifts coming in. But it's also an emotional fulfillment and a mental fulfillment and kind of an energetic fulfillment too. So there's a lot of this coming in, and this I feel like there's something about feathers being shown to you too, that they're coming around you more often here. And I feel like that's a sign, especially for you, that when feathers appear, either if they're in a sassy hat or out walking around and it's a pigeon feather or um, a random peacock feather that comes across its way or a pen with a feather on it. It's a variety of feathers I feel like have been or will be coming around you, and that's their sign to you, whether it's in emails or pictures or wherever, paintings. This is a sign to you, a wink at you going, "We're here, we got you," right? And then you have the Two of Pentacles. So more balancing energy that comes in with finances too. In fact, this Two of Pentacles kind of feels like there's two different sources of income that will be coming towards you. Um, one that's uh, what are they saying? One is from the result of your hands, and one is from outside of your hands. So one is a result of your work, the other is something that comes in that has nothing to do with your work. It's just coming to you. So I like that. You were literally looking at a lamp for your bed made of feathers this morning. I love it. Boom. I just love how they communicate. So they are watching you. They got you. We got you, boo. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie says for this too around finances. So it's looking good. It feels um realizing that, like detaching from finances defining your worth and realize it's a way that how when I go for I started doing walks here. You've been wanting to get a tattoo in your hand that says, "Here, oh, her hands are blessed by God." There you go. It is, it's true. I love that. When I'm out doing try to do my morning walk, I do some sort of, like, walking meditations, and one of the things I talk about is I am unconditionally loved by the creator. I am unconditional love. You love the world unconditionally through me, and the other is you love me unconditionally through the world. And I feel like that is what they're focusing on, that last part of that money and abundance is how the creator and the universe show their love to us through the world. And when I look at it that way, it's very different. I know, I'm gonna get that lamp. That decided it. Wow, and look, and on the bottom, the back of these cards are all these wings full of feathers too. It's too funny. I love it. All right, let's see. What's your fortune cookie for finances here? All right, so it's this one here, and you've got divine birthright. Boom. That's right. I don't have to earn it. It's all mine. And it says, I step fully into my divine birthright, embracing abundance, love, and the power of creation. There you go. Can't make it up. That's hilarious. I mean, if we're down to like, let's say I've got five. So it's seven cards, and both of these cards were right in alignment with your readings. I just love it. All right. So that's what they have for that one. And then for your third one, let's grab your timestamp. We got 32 at 28. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And let me back out of this one. And this one here. And this one is about love. Love. What's my love life in January? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So tell us about love. What about love? In that there's a song that starts off with that line. I can't think of the group right now. It's a female singer. It's an old song. Wow, this is continues to go and go and go and go. All right, and that's the last one. I'm like, there's something unfolding here. Oh, okay. Got the Ace of Wands coming in first. Let me just scooch these over since it kept going and going and going. Okay, move these over here. All right. Okay, we're going to need a sip for this. So cheers. Here we go. In fact, I need to prepare my tea real quick here. I forgot I left my tea bag in here. Got some nice ginger and lemon tea going on. Let me just squish that. Throw that down here. Wipe off my hands from this ginger lemon tea on it now. Yeah, I don't. Okay, we'll put that here. And since its coffee is almost gone, we'll get the tea on the warmer here. All right, we're set. Got the tea heating up. Maybe that's a sign in itself. The tea is heating up here, Sean. So, well, the bottom of the deck, look at fiery, fiery, hot red, Ace of Wands. So there is new passion that enters here in January. And with it being an ace, it feels like it's brand new, someone you don't know yet. Thank God. Because you have changed. And the old, if they didn't change too, then they're just not going to align. Well, I mean, they weren't aligning with your energy anyway. we're kind of attempting to, but it just wasn't working out. And you need, you know, not just anyone will do, um, you need a special type of person. You need someone who's made of asbestos. What is that that can resist flame and fire? Because you are radiant, and anyone else will die of radiation poisoning because you vibrate energy that a lot of individuals can't really handle, and that's all right. It doesn't mean that you're supposed to dim your light. It just proves who can um, be it, and that happens, right? That's really what you just said to yourself, right? You're like, "Yeah," and that's okay, and that's okay, you know? It just shows us dating shows us, what we want and who we are. It's not trying to find the one, it's just discovering more about ourself and, figuring things out, and then we'll eventually be drawn together to someone. But the attempting to date and go find people, that's how we find our tastes and what we do want, and we learn things in the mirrors and all that, which is what's been going on. You've been really learning a lot about yourself, what you put up with and what you won't, what are deal breakers and what are not. So I like that for you. Um, so not a problem, it's just information. So let's see here. Let's see what else we got going on here. So, you have the Empress. Well, here you go. Usually get her in your readings, and here we are. You are an Empress. Oh, I love this because an Empress is, the match for an Empress is another royal, either an emperor or an empress, however whoever prefers, but it's that energy of that ruler of queens gets a ruler of kings, not a king. A king trying to get with an empress. King is pretty awesome, but still, it's still not quite equal energies. It's always something missing, um, with all that because the empress embodies all four queens. The emperor embodies all four kings. So there's this match of fire, earth, air, and water that just meshes. But if you have a king of swords, king of air, and you have all 4, then you're missing the other 3. Well, really yeah, King of Swords, especially because 'cause they're 2 times air, because all kings get a swords behind the scenes, that's another thing, but let's say the King of Pentacles. That's earth and air, but it's missing fire and water, so there's always something missing until you find an emperor, and then you're like, "Ah, yes." Uh, and I like that for you. You also have the 9 of Wands. Yeah, that's what's been blocking and holding back here, and that's been the thing that's been keeping things at bay. It's kind of like spirit has been a rooster blocker for you going, "No, no, 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 no. Nope, not an emperor. Nope, nope, no, nope, nope, not an emperor. Nope, not an emperor. Nope, not an emperor." And you're just like, "Come on, all this, isn't this, for me?" And they're like, "No, it's a nice little taste and an awareness, like, you like this about this, King of Pentacles, you like this about, the King of Cups, you like this about the King of Swords. There's things you like about all of them, but it's like, mm, you know, um, I need all of it. It's like yeah, it's nice to do a little taste test, but you want the full banquet, right? And that's what this is coming in. All right, so let's continue on here. So you've got the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, creativity. And I do feel like it is someone that um, really appreciates and may be involved in artistry. And, with this Empress number 3, the 3 of Pentacles is about creativity, about creation, because then you guys can build things together and do things together. And there was appreciation. Like when you create something, they're not like, oh, that's pretty. And you're like, Ooh. They're like, "Oh, I love how you did this special, blah, blah, blah stroke or whatever, and stuff like that. Michelangelo is the one that used that." And you're like, what? You're just like, because they get it. It's not just like, oh, that's nice. And you're like, do you know how much work that took? It's not just nice. That's funny. So there's appreciation of artistry here. We also have the full card. Yeah. Someone brand new, unexpected, free of expectations. And I like this. It's a world of possibility and not a supposed to be, a should be, a need to be, a have to be, all these rules. They just wanted an adventure together to see what unfolds and not intentions and this. But it's what's different about this is it's like if you picture in your mind this love story of meeting someone that is the fullness of an emperor, you don't have time to look at expectations that aren't being fulfilled and things that are lacking because there's offering so much that you're just like, I don't have time to even think about any of that. Before you were like immediately feeling the lack, and that's what drew you into the expectations and the disappointment and God, why? you know? But this one is you don't even it's like a fresh breath. It's an adventure, and you're just like, you love discovering more and more, and you get so enthralled and brought in to them that there is this. It's all about the adventure. You're not worried about the other stuff you normally were because there's too much more, grabbing your attention, and I love that. Yeah, and the 3 of Cups, we got joy and celebration, and here's spirit too, your spirit team. But the 3 of Cups, this tells me that if you don't have a group of, like, 2 besties in yourself that are like 3 peas in a pod that keep each other grounded and keep each other, in this, it's accountability, but that sounds too but it's you keep each other grounded, that's a better word. You keep each other grounded going, you know, "Girl, did you meet somebody?" And you're like, "Yeah, why?" "Well, because 'cause you're dimming your light." And you're like, "Oh, that's my" that used to be my thing is I would dim my light for people and try to become what I thought they thought I was supposed to be so that I could keep their interest. Never works, right? But this is that these would you would call each other out, going, "You're not being true to yourself. Don't settle. Don't hide. Be yourself. If they can't handle you, you need to know that now, not later when you go, 'Surprise, I'm a bright, bright sun. Psst, ow, I'm on fire. I'm made of gasoline. Get away from me.'" There's this, I love that, accountability, the groundedness that you have with each other. So if you don't have 2 besties like that, where you are to that to each other, then you will be having them come in too. I like this. Below the surface of all that, you got the magician. Yeah. So just remember that whatever you're focusing on with your energy is what you draw towards you. So the more that you are focusing on gratitude for what is, it just continues to grow and grow and grow. And I like that. And then you have the Wheel of Fortune and the Nine of Cups. Holy cow. So definitely, this person does feel like a dream come true with the Nine of Cups, and the Wheel of Fortune definitely, of course, is an energy of fated meeting and the wheels of fate turning, abundance, fullness. Even your human is all on board with hell yeah. So I love that. Let's see what else is coming in here too. You've got the Four of Cups. Yeah, it's here's that Four of Cups energy I had before, but they're not like the other people. They are different here. This has to do with the Four of Cups is bored with all the other emotions that you had before from everyone else. This wasn't fulfilling, but this is going to be different here. Oh my gosh. I love this because it's like you go from that to the Queen of Cups. So you see how she's got a little goblet and she's just like plain clothes into the queen with royalty and a crown and that huge ass chalice. Boom. I don't want this little love. I want this love. Boom. And that's what happens. That's the difference between, the kings and the emperor, right? So I love that. What a great picture of it. And then you have the 6 of Wands. Yeah, there's this victory, mutual passion. I do feel with that Queen of Cups, there's a bit of past life connection between the 2 of you too. When you meet him, you won't have to wonder if it's them because there's gonna be this draw, this immediate feeling of safety, this feeling of comfortability, this feeling of, recognition, just like you've known each other for a very long time right off the bat, and they'll be glowing in the dark and a rainbow shooting out of their butt. That's usually what I say. That's the kind of energy, it's just this draw where you're like, what is happening?" And they're saying the same thing. There's this mutual draw that comes in together here. And you have the temperance energy. So there's no rush with this because you don't have to worry about losing them. You can take your time getting to know each other and enjoy the moments, not rush to an outcome, right? And then, yeah, and then marriage eventually with the 4 of Wands. It will come. The outcome will be there with the 4 of Wands. Just take your time, enjoy the adventure. Don't rush to the altar. Don't go to Vegas, get married by Elvis. um, enjoy the journey, enjoy the adventure with it. I feel like with all that. So I do feel like you meet him in January. That's the spark that comes in. And then also those 2 individuals, if you don't have them yet, you'll be meeting at least one of them in January and the other one before things become too serious between the 2 of you with this new flame. Because I feel like you guys will bump into each other kind of maybe at an artistic event, and then you'll talk and there's interest, there's spark, there's coffees, then there's some dinners, or maybe it's gonna be some lunches, and then some dinners, and then some hanky panky, of course, and then, it just continues to evolve from there. I love that for you. My. I love it. All right, let's see what we got here for your fortune cookie here. You've got, yep, the law of attraction, which says the universe responds to my thoughts and my vibrations, aligning me with all that I seek. So when we're focusing on that gratitude and our energy, higher vibration, we draw in someone that matches that. So I love that. Oh, I was just thinking of that too, Faith and Love. I go, where did this Elvis come from? And I'm like, Faith and Love. That's funny. Yeah, Vegas, Vegas, this running off to Vegas. All right, let's see what we got here. So, thank you again for all of your I'm looking at my phone for some reason. Hi, phone. This is the camera over here. Um, but thank you again, Sean, for your donations. I love your energy. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Where did we leave off up here? We got Ken. Da, 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 da. And then, oh, there it is up here. So we got those. We got Ankita Moore. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Let's grab your free question. I do see it. I'm glad it came through. We have to threaten YouTube, right? And then Maria P. Okay, yep, I do see donation via the PayPal and your email. So I'll grab that here in a sec. You actually will be up next for those. And I think that's it. Oh, nope, we got Aaron. Hey, Aaron, welcome, welcome. I'll grab your free reading and add you onto the list as well. Yeah, that's funny. Faith and love, right? It's like that getting married in Vegas. All right. So we will jump in here. Let me just finish this coffee up here before it gets too cold. Okay, I was going to go for the full gulp, but I don't think it was going to work out well. So we'll do 2.5 sips instead of trying to do it all. But cheers, everybody. So glad to have you here. Appreciate you. All right. There we go. Okie dokie. So let's get back into it here. We got Maria P at 5018. Here is your timestamp. Yeah, a Groupon, right? You're too funny. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So thank you for your donation via Z PayPal, Maria. Oops. Express yourself with emojis. All right, thanks. But I just want to see the email. There we go. All right. So let's dive in. We'll find out what is happening here. So Wally's and thoughts towards you tonight. So, okay, thank you. Thoughts. Yep. And what about emotions? Thoughts and emotions. Over there. So what is he up to today? Anything that Wally hasn't told you? Okay. More updates on the dark side. See if anything's changed. There was an error on a report at work. Oh, well, you get the blame on it. Dun, dun, dun. And then will you get a promotion? Dun, dun, dun. Okay. And then Jeff has been silent. Hope he's okay. Obviously, like friends. Uh-huh. But he goes through depression sometimes, you think. So I think that's you asking, is he okay? All right. Mind your business, woman. Mind your business. Okay, let's take a look here. So their thoughts towards you got Two of Cups. So Wally's thinking about relationship, very much on his mind on what's next in the relationship. What does he want to do next steps and all that. Emotions, all about joy, thinking around here. I like this Two of Cups with the Three of Cups because that's what he's feeling like this. Like, how am I going to do this? What are we going to do next? And the emotions are just, in this place when he thinks about you is a sense of joy today. And I like that, or tonight at least. What's he up to today? Queen of Wands. So this is a lot of planning and trying to see what they want to do, trying to figure things out. There's just like this reflective energy of going, okay, because the King of Wands is like making the plan from the head moving forward. This is making plans with his heart towards you here. And I feel like that's a big piece of what it is because the queens are the heart centered, the kings are the brain mind centered because they have cups behind the scenes, swords behind the scenes. And there's this energy of wanting to let their heart lead the way and ignite things, which is amazing for them. They're usually stuck up here, but they're in their heart today for you and seeing what they want to do. So I love that. Updates on the dark side. We got the King of Cups. He's very balanced between head and heart there, which feels good. It feels like, all right, it's quiet. I'm able to focus here instead of focusing on my defense. I'm focusing on my offense. What do I want to do? Where do I want to go forward? I feel like this last week he's been playing a lot of defense, like a lot of stuff being shot at him, but now he's like, doing this I don't have to invest energy there. I'm investing it on movement forward instead. So I like that. An error on wait, what's it to do? Oh, um, I feel like we skipped it, but I feel like that we skipped it on purpose. Anything Wally hasn't told you. The Eight of Wands is an energy of a lot of passion. It's a lot of energy that's coming in here, and I feel like he hasn't told you about a lot of fights that he's had with the dragon. And he doesn't tell you because he doesn't want you to worry about him and, and all that. Doesn't want you to feel bad and all this. And he's like, I'm fireproof. I've been dealing with it for years. So don't worry about me. But I know it will worry you. But don't let it worry you. He's got it handled. But I mean, if he knew that secretly you would be you it would make you feel good. I know, but it's because you're like it puts your little inner child's fears at ease. Oh, they're fighting. There's a lot of fights going on, a lot of hissing cats. I like that. That's good. That means they're not moving to because the fear of your inner child is that they're gonna fall back in love, you know? And it's like, "No, don't worry about that." Um, there's fire everywhere. And they're just like, "Just know," I feel like that's something they haven't told you. Um, are you gonna be blamed at work? No, Leo Lion, you get off scot. You're untouched here with this Leo, energy here. Um, I feel like someone else was leading on the report or something. It just feels like that person gets blamed for it. Um, and a promotion for you, Page of Pentacles. Yay! Yes. There definitely is more money coming in here with this Page of Pentacles. So, I like this coming in here. Um So that's good. And then oh, yeah. Jeffrey. How's Jeffrey? 3 of Wands. Yeah, he's just off in a different direction. He's quiet and all that because he realized, "Oh, you made it very clear that we're just friends. We're not you don't want any of this stuff." And they're like, "Oh, no, no, I don't. But anyway, I'm gonna go over here now." It's like, Uh, your actions tell me that you wanted more, and now that I've told you, I just wanna be friends, you're, investing your energy somewhere else, right? The others, like we always talk about, that there's options. Well, that one has, not panned out, you meaning you. Let me try somewhere else. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Okay, what else were we Alright, this one here. And you've got inner clarity. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful card there. Says, the answers I seek are found within me. I trust my ability to access them at the right time. Beautiful. Listen to the inner, right? So I think that's it for donations. Let me back out of that there. All right. So we will begin into the free readings here. Take a quick sip of tea here. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, of course, just a reminder I will be picking a winner um, from donations tonight and also a winner from free readings tonight for a 15-minute personal recorded reading. I'll be doing it once the session ends. I'll post a pinned comment that'll list the winners and then also post a social media post listing the winners there on my Facebook, Instagram, and on the community tab of YouTube here on my channel. So we've already had 6 winners, 4 more to go, 2 tonight and 2 tomorrow. So I'm excited. And then we'll have some giveaways also happening on New Year's Day night session on Thursday. And then also next week we'll be having the full moon drawing, and that link's down in the description box if you want to check that out if you haven't got into that, where you can have a chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading. All right, let's get into it. So, user PC, you are up first. Grab that here. Here is your Boom, boom, boom. Your timestamp, and you done a general reading. So let's take a look and see what we got going on. What do they want you to know this evening? All right, they got that one. What else? And this one. All right. We have the Justice card and the Sun card. Wow. Two major arcana and two very bright major arcana. I like this here. There is this bright light, of course, with the sun. It shines into every bit of our life, even the little dusty, cobwebby corners, right? And I do feel like there is something coming up here in the, Justice card is ruled by Libra, which rules over your relationship, your house of relationship. And there's a lot of clarity that comes in with the Justice card too. Both of these are clarifying because there's usually the Ace of Swords is what is holding up the balancing of the scales, which is allowing us to see things from a higher perspective and kind of chop away some old beliefs. These I feel are not conscious, but these are the subconscious that are just kind of running on autopilot way below the surface. The Sun card being the Leo energy with the little inner child. So these feel more of your mental inner child, which was formed between 7 and 14, which was in response to some emotional energy from 7 years old and younger. But I do feel like there is this, in a way, you know how gold, to purify it, they superheat it in the dross, which are the things that don't belong. They bubble to the surface and they scrape it off and they turn the heat up more bubbles up, you scoop it off. Well, you've been heating up that for a long time and scooping a lot off. This is like the sun is on fire, burning this gold. So it's extreme heat that's been going on that's been bringing up the last of the things to remove, right? So I like this energy coming in here. I feel like you've been in this period, especially around relationship. And it can be relationships of all kinds, but of course, romantic is always where we learn our lessons the deepest and the hardest, right? But I feel like that's a lot what is happening here. But there's things that are connected to all types of relationships, but it's very magnified with romantic relationships. But some good clarity, some good, it's kind of like a celebration of what you have done and, um, the progress you've made. And that there's just an awareness that there's other stuff that's bubbling up that you're going to be, kind of um, ixnaying out and transforming as well. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps. I'm sure you probably have an inkling on more of what this is about, but let me see here because it's like what kind of stuff? What kind of stuff? Because it feels like it goes over many. And what they mean by this is like, let's say um father was too busy and didn't pay attention to me and would paid attention to other people instead of me, that parent-child relationship would formulate over into our friendships going, "I'm not chosen." My energy until I deal with things, I will choose people that don't choose me because I'm trying to see that it's not them that needs to choose me, it's me that needs to choose me. And then once, like, you have chosen yourself and, obviously you've realized, "Yeah, I've learned from these mirrors." But there's something about relationships, the romantic ones, that it's harder to see because when the heart gets involved, it gets foggy. But it's like, "Oh, I do choose people that didn't choose me." And then once you're choosing yourself, then you're gonna start, um, finding and drawing people to you that choose you as well. And it's like, wow, it's amazing how that works. We attract the mirror that reflects the love that we have for ourselves. So I love that. All right. So that's what they have for you, user PC. I like it. All right. So many blessings. Let's take a look here. And we've got Tanya. Hey, Tanya. Good to see you. Let's add you to the free list here. Boom, boom. All right. All right, we'll continue on here. We got Faith and Love. You are up. Hello, hello, Vegas bound. Can have see it's not who's in Vegas, who's currently hanging out in Vegas. Isn't it oh, I can see her name, the British singer, album 21. I can't think of her name right now. But maybe she'll come to the wedding. She'll sing at the wedding. All right. So what romantic action will C take towards you in January? Adele. I don't yeah, I was gonna say, kept on thinking Estelle. And I go, "Who's Estelle?" It's Adele. Thank you. You're my Google. All right, let's take a look. What romantic okay, no, none of those. What romantic action will C take towards you in January based on current energies? Okay, I do want that one too. Let's see. Page of Wands. So there is movement of passion energy that comes in here. So that is action. Got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Casino. I'm just kidding. Hey, you want to go to Vegas? Wouldn't that be hilarious? Oh, and the Four of Wands inviting you to a celebration. It's not marriage. It's hilarious that this is the marriage card. And this looks like a Spirit is just hilarious. It's a marriage in Vegas. Of course, that's not what it really is, but they're just like, "Ha ha," it's funny. Um, but it is about, I feel like they're inviting you to a gathering of some port right? Yeah, jackpot, ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. But I do feel like, they wanna invite you to some sort of celebration, um, so I like that for you here. And even with the Wheel of Fortune, it's even you're human is like, "Oh, I like this. This is for me." It may not be Vegas, but there could be Elvis. Maybe they're gonna take you to, Elvis's, Georgia, um, Graceland, right? For a romantic dinner in the garden. And Elvis impersonator comes out. You're gonna be like what will be hilarious is if you're out to dinner or something and someone walks in that has, like, the long lamb, the chops, and they have that with the sunglasses, and you're gonna be like, "That's Elvis. You live close to Graceland? Alright." Well, we'll see if it's that, but it definitely feels like they do take action to invite you to some sort of celebration, so I like that. That's what they have based on current energies there for you. So enjoy that faith and love. So funny. Glad you have a great sense of humor. All right. Then we have Aisha. You are up, or Aisha, if I'm saying that correctly. You are very welcome. All right. So, Aisha, you want to know Dr. Muhammad Nadim Ashan, what kind of person is he? Why hasn't he married for so long? All right, let's take a look here. What's the overall energy that you would like to be aware of? And why no marry? I'm glad. Glad. I'm in the blue light lounge all night. All right. So let's like take a look here. So, what kind of person is he? Well, he Empress. He's either a very nurturing person or a drag queen. I imagine more of a Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, a very compassionate, nurturing person. Huge heart, lot of emotion, probably a water sign, or has a water moon or a lot of water in their chart. But they've got all this energy here of, you know, um, just such a giver, such a nurturer, as well. And it's probably why he hasn't married in so long. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, Two of Wands, because they've been wanting, again, Queen of Pentacles is like the Empress card, nurturing energy, and the Two of Wands is they're looking for someone like that, and they just haven't found anyone. The most people that they meet are people that are wanting something from them, not just wanting to give, and a lot of people that they meet, they're very intuitive, and so they pick up on people's, "Oh, a doctor. Ooh, um, money, we can have everything we want." Me, my is what they pick up from people, and it's just not attractive to them. They are looking for someone that can really embrace and give and receive this amazing amount of love that they have to give, and they just haven't found anybody that can keep up with that emotional energy. So that's a big piece of what they're looking at here. They're a very um, compassionate, loving person, but I feel like people don't see that because they're so cerebral in the job and in public with who they interact with. It's almost like Aquarius energy is what they remind me of. I'm an Aquarius sun, which we can come across if you don't know us. It can be very, you know, um, people can think that we're unfeeling, but that's not the case. We're water bears. We can, even though we're air signs, we're water bears. We can hold emotion in containers, and we can be feeling an ocean of emotion, but it's contained, and we only share it with very close people, and that's kind of how it happens. Um, interesting, but that's what they want you to know right now, Isha. Hopefully that helps understand what kind of person they are. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Livier Vagara. Hello. Hello, my friend. Let's grab your time stamp here. There we are. And a message from your spirit guides. Absolutely. Let's take a look here, see what we got going on. All right. Got to this. And no, they don't want any of those either. Excuse me. All right. There we go. So, what do we have going on here? Yeah, I like this here. You've got the devil card, Capricorn season that we're in right now. And we have the Two of Pentacles as well. So, you know, I feel like normally the devil card is like really challenging our mindsets, our long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that just shake our cage, right? And our Saturn return usually happens anywhere from 23 up to 33 years old. Our first Saturn return, where a big part of our life is shaken and a lot of clarity comes in. But I feel like that they're saying like I feel like this message is the worst of it is over, if I could say it. The worst of it is over. The Two of Pentacles is here comes balance into your life. The big shaking and the rattling, it's like the big earthquake is over, and now there's just small tremors, and it's becoming less and less and going away. So that's a good message from spirit. It's like you made it. You made it through the big, now it's all about recovery and transformation, and what did you learn through the experiences, but you've been released from captivity and you're ready to let it go. You're ready to be free, um, here now. And I like that. What needed to be shaken was shooken, and now your life is balancing out. And I do feel like with that Two of Pentacles, there's basically, it's like when there's a big earthquake and suddenly these cave openings opened up into these caverns that were sealed for years, but now the earthquake, all the shaking has opened up, and there's these two pathways that you are open to go on, and you're like, what do I want to do? So I feel like you're going from like there's no opportunities to two that are coming up, and going for you there. So I like that. I like that. The worst of it is over. Still can't say it. You say it, Olivier. You can say it in Spanish, right? We're I don't even know, I'm not gonna even attempt to guess what the words are, but it's over. Finis. Isn't that finished? Something like that. All right. So many blessings to you, Olivier. That's what they have for you, my dear. All right. So up next, we got Ken. 1:15:24. Here we go. And will H call you today or this week? All right, we'll pull a card. Will they contact you today? Thank you. And will they contact you this week? Is this one. So, will they contact you today? Five of Wands. This is a conflicting energy. So, that's not today. I feel like there's either conflict or something going on in their life, or um, they're around a bunch of friends and very drawn out with people, because that could be either one of those. Will they contact you this week? You have the Hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective. It's the number five. It got two fives here. The major arcana number five of the Hierophant, which is about change. I don't feel like that you'll hear from them this week. Let's based on current energies, I'll pull a quick when card here to find out based on current energy, when will they be reaching out? Okay, thank you. And we've got every 2 to 3 days. We've got the Two of Swords. There's some conflict that needs to be worked out here. Um, yeah, once it says this is the moon in Libra. So when is the moon in Libra next? Let's see, what are we? I don't even know what the moon is in today. I know the moon is in Cancer next week. So Libra is going to be further off because it goes Cancer and then into Leo and then Virgo and then Libra. So you're looking at, because the moon changes every 2 to 3 days, the moon changes signs. So what is that? It's probably not next week, it's probably the week after that the moon is in Libra. You can check it out. That's your homework. I usually have I'm in disarray because I'm rearranging my office and setting things up differently. New year, new office, reading room setup. Um, but I usually have my little Moonology book that I look at and can go, "Oh, yeah, this is when it's gonna be." But it is more so probably the week after, next week is when it's in Libra, so it'll be around that period of time, according to this, energy based on current energy today. Alright, so that's what we got for you. Right? Many blessings, good. Alright. Then Maria P, you are up. We've got your free reading here. Thank you for your donations this weekend. I really appreciate that. And a general for you. What does Spirit wants you to know about you? I always love when you're focusing in on you. I know. I know. I'm like a grandpa or an older brother. We'll say older brother. It's always like, you need to watch after you. What don't define yourself by your relationship. What about you? You have you. What's going on with you? I know. You got the magician. Yeah, the you. Magician here, ruled by Mercury. And um, I feel like what would be really uh kind of a nudge from spirit. It's like, what can you know is working on your communication. And it helps in both work and in um, relationships and friendships and everything. This is the book I'm reading right now. I left it over here. The Next Conversation. Argue less, talk more. That's what it says here, by Jefferson Fisher. He's also on Instagram, and he has a lot of good stuff that he shares. Let me just put it back over here. Um, just some amazing, amazing things. Great awareness, which I've been taking notes as I'm reading through the book, and I'll be sharing things here and there, but I highly recommend it. Um, and I feel like that's what the magician is saying here because it's ruled by Mercury, which is the messenger of the gods, which is about communication. And I like that energy that's coming in because it is about you taking action to grow your skills with that. And then you have the Empress. So continue to nurture yourself. Here's that energy. Two major arcana, but this nurture yourself. Do things that make you feel good and grow you. Wow, three major arcana. And then Leo energy. And this is about connecting to yourself, your inner strength. That is something that he talks about in his book. In fact, the chapter I'm on right now is about confidence, building confidence, and how you can build confidence. And it's good. It's a wonderful chapter. So I like this. I feel like this is basically what they're saying here is not to buy the book, but to look into that. Even just check out if you're on Instagram, check him out. I'm not sure if he's anywhere else, but I would really look into that because I feel like it'll help you both at work and in relationships of all kinds. So that's what they have for you, Maria P. I know. What is it lately? You're getting homework. They're like, "Here, keep yourself busy. Keep you out of trouble." All right. Much love to you. All right, and Keita Moore, you are up. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Here is your timestamp. And should you ignore A and stop planning his birthday surprise? Yes. Well, let's see what Spirit says. Sorry. Maybe that was your Bretta Z. Yes, yes. All right. So, and they don't have shoulds. That's why they're not giving many cards. There's not should I or shouldn't I. They're like, because for them, there's not a right or wrong choice, and they don't have an opinion because they look at everything as an adventure. Different choices bring different experiences and different outcomes. So if you don't plan the surprise birthday, what's the energy you experience? There we go. And if you do plan it, what is your experience? So that way you can make an educated choice on what energy you want to choose. It's like asking spirit, what kind of ice cream should I eat? And they're like, "Well, what are you hungry for? What kind of flavor would you like to try?" And you're like, "I don't know." And they're like, "Well, here's the flavor of this, and here's the flavor of this." They have like those little wooden spoons that they give you at ice cream stores here in the United States where it's like, "Here, you wanna try that?" And you're like, alright, let me try that other one." And you're like, "Oh, no, definitely this one." And this is what they're gonna show you is what's the energy, and then you can decide what taste you want in this energy. So if you ignore, them and stop planning the birthday surprise, yeah, you get to enjoy this wonderful hermit energy, being alone, connecting with spirit, connecting higher, feeling this independence kind of energy, feeling with yourself and not lonely, but being comfortable being alone. If you do plan the birthday surprise, then you got this bright sunshininess here. I feel like you'll be spotlighted and you'll be seen and this feels like more like the inner child wanting attention, wanting to be seen, wanting to be out in front. Like Leo energy, which is this is the lower expression of Leo energy, which is kind of the look at me, whereas higher vibration of Leo energy is leading through example and love. But this feels like the little child energy of and that could be what you experience from them, like, "Look, I'm special," and you're like, "Really? Let me tell you." But it could also be a little bit of your inner child wanting some recognition, to be seen, and to be appreciated, but you won't be. It's gonna be like, "Oh, thanks," and it's not gonna be anywhere at the level of appreciation that you would want for the investment. And so it's like, why am I doing this? Am I doing this for to get something from them? Even if it's just to say that I met the expectation of what I should do, what I think I should do. Is it just to get up to 0? That feels empty, right? Um, but, you can look at this energy and just feel which one, resonates more with you, with that. But you don't have there's no wrong choice, no right choice, just different choices with different outcomes. So, hopefully that helps a little bit, Ankita. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. We have Aaron. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And can you tell? Whoa. As I lose the deck here, can you tell me if Joe is coming towards you or staying in his current situation? All right. Shuffle these up. Joseph. Let's see here. Are they moving to you or staying where they're at? And I think they want this one too. Um, we do have the Knight of Wands, so there is movement and action energy happening here. So it doesn't feel like a standing still energy. Let's see what else what are they moving to? Got the King of Pentacles. It's a victory card. It's a sense of abundance that's here. And the Seven of Pentacles. And it's interesting here because, of course, the Knight of Wands is the fastest moving horse. But I see what they did here because I feel like there will be movement and it will take time for the fruition to come through with this. Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And I'm like, well, then why did you give me a contradictory card of the Knight of Wands? And they're like whispering in my ear the what's February of next year? And it's we're moving into the zodiac sign of the fire horse, and that's the Knight of Wands. So there it is very much action energy. So I feel like they will in their movement, the momentum's starting of this movement towards you, but I feel like it's slow moving right now. But I feel like February, which is really crazily enough only 4 weeks away, and I think the Chinese New Year, I think that's mid mid to late February, maybe around the 20th, maybe around Pisces season. I have to look that up. But I feel like that's more the energy that is coming in here. But definitely it feels like movement towards you. And but it's like how a horse, they're showing me like you ever see the old, old knight movies with knights and maidens and castles and they do the little lances where they and you know, but the horse starts off, slow and gets faster and faster and faster. Well, it's at the beginning of the horse starting to run, but then, come February, that speed picks up, and then there's a lot of movement based on current energies on there. So that's what we're looking at right now. Of course, with future, we always have to keep in mind things are always changing based on decisions, but that's where we're at. So hopefully that helps. Joust, thank you. Thank you, Tim. All right, and then we have Tanya Hikes. You are up 128.49. Righty. So here is your timestamp, and you like a general reading. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. You actually got 4 cards, 2 sets of 2. So your first set of 2 cards, you got the 8 of Wands and the 6 of Cups. All right. This is about past life energy that's coming in here for you in big ways. And a lot of energy from the past feels like it's bubbling to the surface here. It doesn't feel like from this lifetime though. It feels like it's from like other lifetimes. Um, and so there is this feeling of what is all this that's bubbling up? Where's this coming from? And so if you feel it kind of odd or off and feeling some different energies, you can try kind of, asking spirit before you to go to sleep, "Can you show me, in my dream?" Or if you meditate, kind of go and see, "What is this past life that you're trying to bring in? What are you trying to show me? What am I able to glean and learn from this past life that's coming in?" The other set of 2 cards you have is the High Priestess and the Page of Swords, yeah. Again, one of my past life cards that can come in with the High Priestess, because she does step away, goes into the High Priestess tower, can dive deep into the things and the deep, um, part of themselves, the subconscious world where is one of the pathways to the Akashic records. Um, and the Page of Swords is heightened awareness and knowledge coming in here. So this is a very spiritual reading, a very about we want to show you some wisdom, some things that you've gleaned that you can use in this lifetime, that you wanted to use in this lifetime, and they're going, it's like someone coming up to you and going, "Here's the secret envelope that you wanted at this time in your life to open, because here's the secret instructions that are going to help you like transmute some things and transition some things in your life, um, virtually effortlessly is what they say, because you already done all the work. They're like, "Here, I'm gonna send this to myself in this other lifetime. I can use this over there. Express mail, please." And here it is arriving. And so you're going to get some good downloads of information and wisdom that help you see things. It's just things are just going to click, especially in your mind with the swords air energy. It's just going to click. And you've been doing that. Yeah, I've been feeling off. Yeah. So I feel like there's this, it's the shaking energy. And I like this transformative energy that's coming in. So I like that. I like it. I like it. So that's what they have for you, Tanya. So just sit and just kind of ask spirit to, show me. And I feel like you've been watching a movie or a TV series lately that just you really connect with and you feel like really like, I bet I lived during this time. And you did. And I feel like that's what's coming in and that has that draw, and you're like, "Oh," because 'cause they've been I feel like they've been bringing this in from different sources and different places, and maybe even in your dreams already, and you can ask spirit, "Help me remember my dreams." It doesn't help if I wake up and I don't remember it all. So, that's what we have, going on. So, that's what they got for you there, Tanya. So enjoy. All right. Hey, just Janelle. Hello, hello. Yeah, you can definitely ask a question. Feel free. And hey, Moonlight, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good night, good evening to you. Cheers, everybody. Thank you, Brenda, for your donation. As soon as I see your question, we will jump to you. As I actually was just, this was the last reading that I had. So, perfect timing. Yum, yum, yum. All right. Very good. Whoops. Grab this here. All right, we'll be up here onto this list here. Yeah, very good, Tanya. I love it. You're very, very good. You're very welcome. Aquarius. Aquarius love. Boom. All right. So, Brenda, let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you so much for your donation and your happy sticker. Oops, did I grab it right? I did. Okay, there we go. All right. We'll take a look here. So, what's coming for you in love? Love meaning the guys you like, and money, money for the weekend and next week. All right, we'll take a look here. So, let's take a look for love here. The guys you like. what is there? 2.5 guys? Mainly 2 guys. Let's look at guy number 1, guy number 2. I feel like guy number 3 is like, well, they're a runner up just in case it feels here. So we'll look at number 3 here too. It feels like is that right? 2.5? So we'll see what comes in here with who you feel number 1 is, who you feel number 2 is. Get some information underneath the surface here too. Yeah, Brenda, that's for you. Is that number 1, number 2, number 3? But it feels like there's, like, 2 primary guys that you might like, and then maybe a 3rd as a well, you like 2 guys? Yeah. And isn't there a 3rd one that's kinda like, well, if if they were the last person on Earth, I could. That's what the half feels like. Alright. And then, let's take a look here. Money for the weekend. Okay, it's these 2. The 3rd one, meh, well, if I'm 80 years old and I know I'm not gonna be with anyone else, then yeah, at least you'll take out the trash. Alright. So, the next week, please. Next week, money. Thank you. And then those 2. Okay. Too funny. Alright. Yeah, I love it. Bottom of the deck, we've got the 2 of pentacles, the choice between the 2 energy coming in here, right? It's also balancing out of the money, so they kinda did that here as well. I think I am alive, user PC. We are living. If you're looking for your reading real quick here, here's your timestamp there, user PC. All right. Hey, June, welcome. All right. So, we'll jump in here. So, who you would consider number 1 guy, the energy around love for them, yeah, 8 of wands, a lot of passion, a lot of attraction energy there. Very passionate, fiery individual. Below the surface here, yeah, knight of wands. There is a lot of, the number 1. Is that the bad guy? It's always the bad one, right? The bad what is that they call it? You know, um, like in Greece, the ones in leather, the leather jackets. Oh yeah, the bad boy. That's why they call it. It's like it's not bad guy, it's bad boy. It is. It's all about passion. They don't know how to give emotion though. They more so have learned to give. Oh, it's Devin and then Raul and then Mario. Oh, wow. Yeah, Devin the devil. But he hasn't learned, like, to express his own emotions. He doesn't have his self-love, and he didn't get a whole lot of love shown to him, so he learned to express his love through more, um, action and motion, not emotion. So, energetic and physical attraction is kinda how they run things. So, if you're looking for emotion, um, they're not in a place where they can offer that. They would be like what you call emotionally unavailable, right? Yeah. Well, would you consider Devin number 1 and then, Raul number 2, and then Mario's the 3rd runner up? Is that how you see it? Because this is gonna be based on your energies of who you consider number 1, number 2, and number 3. Number 3 is the one that's if the other 2 don't work out and there's no one else, meh, maybe, right? But I feel, or whoever's energy that matches up with. But this definitely all this Wands energy, they're just a passionate person that just wants, that's all they know is the intimacy, right? Okay. Um, at least feelings on your end. Alright. And then number 2, we've got the Sun card, so more passion, more bright energy here, Leo energy, so no more passion. And the Emperor, Aries, more energy here too. This one feels more, I would say more mature in a way, maybe older, um, than the first, but because this one feels more, you know, I'm not just letting my passions run wild. I am more guarded. I have a great amount of passion, but it's very con controlled, yeah, controlled kind of energy. There's that too, right? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. So Devin is older, Rose younger than Devin. Okay. Well, that would make sense then. That could be the reversals of those. So whoever those energies match up, there is that both of very passionate individuals. It feels more mature, this one with the emperor and the sun. So they know how to, give a little more and they have a little more maturity so they can show a little more emotion. But whoever, this fiery one is, it's all they don't know how to really give emotionally yet. And then the third one, he's been persistent with you. Got the Page of Cups. They're actually the emotional one with the Page of Cups. And below the surface, they got patience and the Seven of Swords. Yeah, they've been hurt a lot. So, they're very patient and slow and moving because of how they've been, had pain in the past. So, I feel like they are someone that can give more emotionally, but, you know, because of this deceit and stuff they experienced in the past, they are slower here too. Um, so yeah. This would be number 3 that I'm talking about now, if that would be Mario. So, I feel like it's interesting that, they're the ones, but they also have the most I feel the most pain because they're the most emotionally expressive. Excuse me, so they've had their heart kind of stomped on in the past, and, that's why they're a bit more hesitant on expressing things, but you might also pick up the that kinda lower vibrational energy. You sense the fire in the others, and that's attractive, and then you feel kind of the heaviness in number 3, which I feel is why your radar is going, I don't know, I don't want fire, yeah." But this other, not so much, if that makes sense. So, um, I feel like that's what's coming in here. I think it's a matter of just awareness where they're coming from. I feel like if you're wondering, uh, you know, I feel like all 3 of these would be stepping stones for you. I don't feel like this is I feel like you're learning a lot through them, but I don't feel like this is like the one, um, the individual that you'll end up with. I feel like you're learning a lot through them, but I don't feel like these are the ones that will, be able to give you what you're wanting from heart, mind, passion, and body and physical world. I feel like here, that there'll be someone else that'll be coming your way. So these 3 don't feel like I just feel like they're sorry, the way they explain things to me sometimes, I'm like, "What?" Like a more like a taste test. They're showing me, like, when you're preparing for a wedding and you go and you taste a little bit of the food and you taste a little bit of this and a little bit of that, But, yeah, boo. But, if you think any of these are amazing, can you imagine if this is just a little taste that what you get is like, wow, so much more. It's always an upgrade and more expansive. So when we're like, you know, um, we experience things and we're like, this is really good. And you're like, you think that's good? Come this way, and that's what I feel spirit is bringing in there for you. So enjoy it for what it is, learn what you want, but I feel like, you'll learn a lot through this, for your future, relationship, marriage, and, that kind of energy. For your finances for this weekend, yeah, you got Ace of Cups, Ace of Wands. So there's some newness coming in here. I feel like this is new perspective. And so they're telling you here for the weekend, what you can do here is, um, change your energy because your energy is what's going to draw in or repel away anything, finances, romance, whatever. And when I'm focusing in on want and need and what I don't have and what I want and I fear I won't get, that's energy of lack that is a tide that pushes things away, or it's difficult for things to come to us because as the tide is going out and someone's coming in, they're working against the current. When we focus on gratitude for what I do have, for things that I love that I did have, like abundance or anything like that, that is the tide coming in, and it's easier for things just to flow right in. So I feel like there's a change of heart and a change of energy this weekend to go, oh, yeah, I didn't realize I was focusing on that, what I don't have. Because if I sit and I start having gratitude about everything I do have, then more of that comes toward me. For next week, if you do this thing here, yeah, wow, it's reiterated here. You got the two and the three of wands. So you have the ace of wands, the two of wands, the three of wands. There's progression that happens. But it is a new way of looking at things. The two of wands is being aware of where's my energy. I focus on gratitude, I'm drawing it toward me. I'm focused on lack, I'm pushing it away. So there's like going back and forth. And even if you put like an alarm on your phone, a vibrating silent alarm that says gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. Like if I want money to come in, I will put an alarm on my phone to remind me every waking hour, gratitude, come back to gratitude because life will take us out into lack and focusing on the opposite of what we're wanting. And then I can come back and sit in gratitude for what I do have and thank the creator. And then stuff starts coming our way. That's the three of wands. With new information, new awareness, I take a different route. And then these must be your outcome here. The four of wands, the two of cups. Yeah, you have the four of wands, which is joy and celebration and victory kind of energy. So the one, two, three, four, things progress to victory and joy. And the two of cups is also, because you went from the ace of cups to the two of cups, the power of emotional choice. So there is, I feel like there is this, because you have the two of pentacles too. You've got all these choice energies that are coming into your life right now, letting you know that the world that forms around you isn't by accident or being forced upon you, but by whatever choices you're making moment to moment, you're drawing and creating your life. And what we mean by that is like, again, when we focus in on lower vibration, I draw things that match that. When I focus on higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude and peace, um, all that we draw on things that match that energy as well. So I like this for you. Have great possibilities. All that one's energy around money is about possibility. And if you focus and switch that energy, your emotional energy of joy and gratitude to match that, it'll flow right towards you. So I like that. All right, let's see here. I've got three of these cards left. So we'll finish these out. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. This is the one. Yeah. Your higher purpose. Beautiful card there, which says, the universe supports me as I discover my true calling and rise into my higher purpose. So I like that. I feel like you're really in this place of stepping into your power, realizing who you are and what you're capable of too. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Brenda. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right, let me take a look here. I did have some come in here. So hello, everybody. All right. So let me see where I left off up here. Sorry, my hat is trying to fall off here. There we go. Feel like the cat in the hat. All right. So here we were. So we got here's Brenda, Tanya. All right. And let's see here. We've got for free readings, we've got Moonlight. I'll put you up here. And Just Janelle, I see yours as well. Add you onto the list there. And of course, June in the house. Hey, June. Thank you for your triple donations there. Let me see here. When did Sean come in? Yep. And then Sean G, welcome back. I see yours. Whoops. Try that again. So we'll add you there onto the list as well. All right. So boom, 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 boom. And then Andrea54 Hector, hello. All right. We'll add you onto the free list as well. All right. You're welcome, Brenda. All right. I think I got everyone here. So let's take a sip and we will dive in deeper here. All right. Whoa. All right. That's a good mix up. Right. I'm glad you guys couldn't see that. That was like a really messy shuffle. Let's try a different one here. Okay. Pretty. There we go. All right. So let's dive in. All right. So we have June times 3 and then Sean G for donations. Then if I don't have any other donations, we'll continue with some free readings. So June, you're at 152.25. Look at that mirror of the 52 and the 25 coming in there. So here's your first time stamp. Thank you for your popcorn donation. So June, always good to see you as well. Not surprisingly, your last reading was spot on about pressure cooker K not flexing about Christmas plans. Oh, yay. Thank you so much for sharing those. So reading on SSC, STS, and LS, thoughts, feelings about pressure cooker K plans on Christmas Eve and day. All right. Okay. Yay, yay, yay. Cheers. Cheers to you. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Yeah, we're going to need a couple more shuffles here. At least one. There we go. All right. Let's take a look here. So SS's thoughts, okay, and feelings. CS's thoughts and feelings. Okay, those are distinct. All right. TS. All right. Yeah, they kind of feel kind of sassy. TS, I heard tough shit. I was like, whoa, sassy. LS. Let's take a look here. Crazy LSD. What's this? Spirit's getting nicknames for him here. All right, let's see what we got here. My. Wow. Oh, wow. There was a lot. Oh, wow. Yeah, it makes sense. The underlying energy over them all is the Knight of Wands. Talk about fire, movement of fire, ignition of hissing, energy coming in here. So the overall consensus, the average is a bit, um, I don't know, what's a good word? Pissy? It's like, "Mm, mm. Alright, so let's take a look here. We'll look here at SS's thoughts and feelings are all combined together. There 3 cards came out, and they're all jumbled together here. So let's take a look here at SS. Yeah, we got the Chariot, which is, again, this movement energy. They roll over all the nights. Action, action, choice, choice. Ruled by Cancer Moon, mother energy is SS mom, but there is this energy of, you know, um, wanting to take action, wanting choices to be made. Off with their head, off with their head. Queen of Hearts energy coming in um, on here. But a mature, you know, we will make sure that the blade is not mom, but there's this mature. We'll make sure the blade is nice and sharpened, so you won't feel a thing. You just will be removed. Let's see what else comes in here. And the star card. Wow, 2 major arcana. There is this balancing energy, seeing things from a higher perspective kind of energy coming in here a little bit with the star card too. A little bit more of maybe stoic, because that's Aquarius energy where they could be feeling all these things. Um, I saw this meme today that was talking about, what did it say about Aquarians? It's not that they will judge, but they will criticize what you do. They won't judge you, but they'll criticize what you do. But they also will hold things and not have it be an emotional outburst, even though they want action, they want movement. It's very methodical, like it said, "It's okay, we'll sharpen the blade, everything will be fine." And the Queen of Swords, yeah. See this balance between head and heart kind of energy, very much this, almost feels like the leader of the pack in a way, but, again, very, very wanting action, wanting change, this can't stay the same, energy, but a very methodical I was gonna say serial killer approach. It almost feels that way. I used to wonder if I didn't have all this Pisces water energy, I could have probably been a serial killer in this lifetime. But my heart's too big, I sense emotion too much, which balances things out, which is interesting. Not that they are a serial killer, but maybe that's what the S stands for. Serial. But, yeah, I do feel like they wanted change, and they feel like, um, "What can we do to bring around change around this? Um, what can we do to, you know, help this ending come to pass, um, ASAP," kind of energy, that's coming in here, right? Yeah. Thank you. I'm very glad. Otherwise, who knows? So cheers, everybody. Let me take a sip here, and then we'll move into the next here. We got CS. So CS, we got the Magician. Wow, all these major arcana. Action energy, another one. Um, Magician ruled by Mercury. I feel like they're more vocal. And again, this wanting to manifest action, this wanting to move on things kind of energy. So again, I feel like they are, yeah, I want change. I want things to, move. This is their thinking, right? Thoughts and feelings. Their thoughts are, yeah, we've got to do something here. We've got to talk. We got to communicate. This is not acceptable anymore. Um, yeah, and vocal. I'm gonna talk to someone about this. That's what he loves seeing us. Yeah. So like, all right. And we've got, oh yeah, the death card. They definitely think there should be an ending. and the high priestess. Yeah, someone needs to go away and be in their high temple somewhere. Oh, like, all these major arcana, I cannot believe this. So, definitely both SS and CS want major change. I feel like, SS will be more less vocal about it, but they'll spend a lot of time thinking about things, where I feel CS will be more vocal about it, and yeah, they need to go there and they need to it's almost like a story tell, like not story tell, what's that? A fairy tale. I'm seeing like Rapunzel. All right, we need to take them and put them in a tower away from them where they can't get to them kind of energy. So that's funny. But I feel like that's their emotions is like, yeah, and this needs to stop kind of energy. TS is the one with the Eight of Wands. A lot of, you know, blah, blah. It's like that little, in Inside Out, that movie with the little characters who are inside the little girl's head, and it's the little fire guy that out of the blue, he gets upset. It's rage, fire, but very much their thoughts are very much about action needs to be taken. Again, I'm not surprised with this Knight of Wands. Just like it feels like there's all this the Chariot is action, the Magician is action, the Eight of Wands is fast action. Their emotions, yeah, the tower, this needs to be destroyed, or she needs to be put up in a tower. But there is this needs to end quickly. And the Page of Swords, that something needs to be said, kind of energy that comes in here with that as well. Wow. Yeah. So they're pretty much, it feels like there's a lot of the same, consensus here, at least so far. Let's see what LSD. Is this the one that's kind of in a dream world? Let's take a look here. No, Knight of Swords, movement of thought, thinking, but more quiet thinking, reflecting here. So it feels like their thoughts are moving their thoughts. It almost feels like LS might have been like, well, give them the benefit of a doubt. They've had a rough life, and there's this, um, you know, well, my mind's changing now kind of energy with LS here. The emotions below the surface for them, yeah, the Nine of Swords, the fear. So they're a little more afraid. That's why they're like, they don't, I feel like Ellis maybe doesn't like to shake the boat so much because they are afraid of, you know, they don't like conflict. They will like move away from conflict more so, kind of energy. Um, yeah, King of Cups, balance. They want balance between head and heart. And the Three of Pentacles, they are kind of artistic with the Three of Pentacles, being true to one's authentic self, but, they don't like to, like, rock the boat and shake the boat, coming in there because 'cause they're just like, "Oh, I just don't like all the noise. I don't like the confrontation. I'd rather just go paint. Let's go create something." They don't like destruction, they like creation. That makes sense with their kind of energy that's here. Very interesting, right? Let's see, what do you see down here? Oh, what are the actions and when will it happen? Um, yeah, we'll take a look here because I feel like the main thing is a lot about talking. Talk, talk, talk. Something needs to be said. But CS is action needs to happen. Well, what plan do you have? I don't know. It just needs to end. There's no plan. We just need to go end it. It's like the movies where it's like the people that are CIA or spies or those kind of movies where they're like, all right, let's go. And like, okay, what's the plan? I'm figuring it out. Well, we're on our way to it. Shouldn't we have a plan? "Well, by the time I get there, I'll have it." And everyone's like, "Oh, hell." And that's kind of I feel like maybe CS might act before they think, whereas SS thinks before they act, and I feel like that's why they kinda balance each other out a bit. I feel like there's gonna be a conversation, kinda like an intervention kind of energy. Let's see here. Oh, here's my when cards. Let me see when let's see the what and when. Let's see if there's anything else they want to know here, the what and when. What and when, what and when, what and when? Okay. That was loud. Um, Queen of Wands action, kind of energy here. Yeah, this is all the fire energy again, Queen of Wands. Action, action, action. What's this other one though? Yeah, the 6 of Cups, energy here, Sun and Scorpio. That's a long ways off. But I feel like the 6 of Cups is, it's almost like an older brother, older sister kind of energy of, because 6 of Cups feels like family energy. It's like we're having a family meeting, and this is an intervention. We just can't take this anymore. We're so concerned, and I feel like they've done things like this before where they've sat, you know, the other down, the non combustible one, and said, "We're just concerned, for you and your health and your life, and, um, this is just not, healthy." And and I feel like what are they doing here? Because this action energy that's coming in here, um, you know what? When I'm looking down on this little screen, I totally thought you said, "'Cause I can see murder." And it's like, "What? We're just gonna take them out." We've pulled resources, and we've hired an assassin. No. Um, no, they wouldn't do that. That's not one of the actions. That's just a joke. Yeah, right? You're like, "Not yet anyway." Um, but I do feel like what are they doing? I feel like they have a friend of the family, long-term friend of the family, and this feels like a counselor person who's psychologist and, um well, I feel like they were used to be a psychologist, and now they're doing something else. But they were like a psychologist for 20, 30 years or something like that. And they're like asking them for their opinion and even asking them if they can lead an intervention of sorts. But a casual one, like, "Hey, we're having dinner." And um, but it's a planned surprise or a lunch and something like that. And they're trying to plan, okay, what can we do to get them away, get the pressure cooker away at something, or when are they gonna be away? That's when we'll have the dinner. Are they traveling? They're trying to do all this, coordination because I feel like they're like they need to hear it from someone that they respect. Not that they don't respect the family, but they don't, um you know how it is, like, if your family tells you something, you're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah," but then a stranger not a stranger, but someone from outside says something like, "You won't believe what they said," and everyone's like, "We've been telling you that for years. Why does it you listen to them and not us?" It's because we build up this wall to our family, but when someone in the outside world tells us, we're like, "Oh my gosh, it's brand new information." I feel like that's kind of the approach that they're wanting to do. At least that's kind of where they're at now. I feel like they're all spitballing ideas, you know, "I know a mechanic that can fix the brakes on their car. Ha ha ha." Like, Delete that text. um, but I feel like there is this, you know, I feel like that's I feel like that's what SS, because I feel like it's a friend of SS's maybe. Um, because that is that father? It's like someone, but it's someone that's an older person that they feel very respectful, you know? And that's what I feel, is what's kinda coming forward here. And I do feel like it's in, 'cause is the pressure cooker traveling anytime here in the next couple weeks? Because I feel like it's happening very quick, and then there's the thing that happens at the house sometime in January where the big blow up happens, right? Because they're just really like, um, realizing everyone's against me. That's their feeling anyway, and it's true. You're like, "Spot on." That's what they feel, they're like, "Well," the family's like, I could see them going, "You guys all hate me." "Well, you're not wrong. We don't hate you, we just hate what you do. You're just not for our loved one," you know? So, hopefully that helps. Alright, let's see, fortune cookie, let's see which one. We've got 2 of these left. Okay, it's this one. Came flying out here. Yeah, inner peace. What a beautiful card. Says, "I choose to focus on what brings me peace and joy, allowing more of it to flow into my life." So that's the approach, is, what will bring you peace? What would bring you joy? We don't feel like you have inner peace. We don't feel like you have inner joy. And nothing's gonna change, with all that, right? Okay, yeah. So that's what I feel. The intervention dinner is going to happen. "Hey, honey. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun." All right. So that's it for that one. The drama continues. So for let's see, number 2. Ooh, look, you got 2, 12, 12. So here is for this one. Boom, boom, boom. Move that over here. All right. So for number 2, we're down here. Thank you for your additional donation. So a reading on S and pressure cooker K for January. Oh, first, second, third, and fourth. Oh, yay. All right, we'll take a look here. Cheers. We need some more tea for this. All right. What is all this? First, second, third, fourth. Okay. Anything below the surface? Is this one? I feel like this one and this one, but not those, not those. Do it this one. Okay. And overall, this and this and that and the bottom of the deck. Oh, that one too. Okay. And the bottom of the deck. All right. So we got 4 energies about the entire 4 days. Kind of a theme, and then that's a split out of day by day coming in here too. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Page of Pentacles, which is about a brand new way of looking at worth coming in here. New year, new worth. New year, new way of looking at abundance. So there is this sense of how I see myself is changing through this here. The 4 cards representing the kind of conglomeration of the 4 days embodied together. Yeah, there's this pausing period, this seeing things from a different perspective, this pocketed away energy, The Chariot, ooh, choices being made, movement, uh, definitely reflection on choices to be made. Wow, a third major arcana, the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, wanting to birth things for myself, for my own heart. And then the 10 of Wands. Wow. Really, this culmination a little bit here of looking at I'm going to either invest energy in burden or I'm going to invest energy in harvest and abundance. And there's this decision making that's being done here overall, again, from a place of looking out for myself. All right. So the first day of the new year, we got the Wheel of Fortune. So here's another major arcana. The wheels of fate are returning. There is this ending, this beginning of the end energy. Below the surface here, what do we got? Yeah, the Five of Cups. So there is this feeling of sorrow and loss and emotions below the surface. And I feel like there's this energy here of this is the last New Year's that we're staying together. I feel like this is both of them realizing it. One from a this is the last New Year's that we're gonna spend together. The other's like, this is the last year we're gonna spend the New Year's together. I'm not doing mean to laugh at it. It's just the way they're presenting it to me. But it's like, yeah, wow, what a difference this is here. There is a little bit of, even when something toxic in our life or something that's bringing a lot of lower vibration, we still feel a sense of loss because when we have someone in our life, they become part of our nervous system in a way. This is interesting. They become a part of our nervous system. And when they're not there, it impacts our nervous system because it's like I'm used to that being around. It's not there. It feels weird. And I feel like there's that kind of energy of this sense of loss. Even though I know it's best for me, I still am able to sense loss with it. Right. So I feel like they're starting to think about this on that day. And then on the second, we got the Queen of Pentacles. Again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It's like the Empress energy, the feeling of abundance, fullness, but more personal, more individually focused. Not this is what we're creating together. This is what we're each creating separately for ourselves. And there is some sort of celebration on the second, some gathering. Is this when they're going to be traveling? What did you say they were going to be gone? Let me see here. Traveling for 2 days, the middle of the 1st week in January. Okay, so maybe they're not traveling yet by the 2nd, but there is some sort of gathering and celebration, it feels like here. But, there is a sense of joy below the surface because I feel like they're both working on creating something that's special to them, and so they've got this independent joy, not a joint joy, but an independent joy, if that makes sense. The 3rd, we've got the Hierophant. So this is the major arcana number another major arcana number 5, which they're the ruler of change, allowing us to see things differently, which triggers us to make change. What's below the surface on this one? Yeah, Page of Wands, wanting to put change into action here as well. So a lot on the 3rd about making change. I know you wanna know what change. What changes are those? Um, Changes in business is coming up, but again, independent change and but, and this is like gaining clarity on what changes I wanna make in relationship coming in here too, right? So, it feels like I feel like the main thing on the 3rd is what changed like, for pressure cooker, they're What kind of changes am I making in the business and my career and da 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 da. And then, of course, S is focusing in on the same, but then also what changes do I want to make in this relationship? What kind of things are um, going to unfold here, right? So I feel like again, there's feels like a very independent, like we're in each other's orbit, but we're really focused in our individual goals, our individual things we want to achieve, and a lot of excitement around what we're independently creating for our own lives kind of energies. And then on the fourth, we got the King of Wands and the Hermit. So again, very much independent, you know, spending a lot of time off by themselves, and then decision making time with the King of Wands, trying to figure out what is it that I want, putting a plan together, then we'll put action behind it, coming in there. Just wondering here. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's that you said they're not traveling yet for these dates. So, but I still feel like they're kind of just still kind of spending more time apart, doing more independent kind of things here. Yeah, and then the energy underneath that all is the 3 of Wands, which is with new information, I'm changing directions and changing plans here, but I just feel like there's a lot of this choices. Again, the Hanged Man is this cocooning, seeing things from a different perspective to make some transitions. The Chariot is making decisions. What do I wanna do? The Empress is, for me, what do I wanna create? But there is this, like the Queen of Pentacles, that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and then the Ten of Wands is taking the action. I'm not gonna, focus in on especially S's energy is, um, I'm gonna focus in on my energy and what I wanna create instead of crying over it. So it's like all this energy I invest in trying to change them, change the situation, um, control the situation, investing in drama and complaining and, the drama and the trauma of it. Instead, I'm gonna invest my energy and do something about it. And I like this year for them has been stepping in, like, from that, the melodrama where, um, the damsel in distress, "Help, help," and she gets, tied to the railroad tracks by the, um, villain in all black with the big top black hat and the black cape that has the mustache that's twirls, and he always twirling it going, "I got you now," kind of energy with that, and there is this, um I think I'm shedding, that's why I kind of see all this stuff, this black and white is shedding everywhere. The black and white is shedding. Um, and then waiting for the hero to come rescue. It's like she was waiting or they were waiting on S was waiting on the railroad tracks for so long. They're like, "Where's the hero? Screw this, I'm gonna rescue myself," and I feel like that's been the journey been going on. Yeah, and then the last of these, fortune cookies, we got opportunities. So this matches this energy. Opportunities arrive in perfect timing, opening new doors to expansion and fulfillment. Wow, I love that. So that is what they're focusing on, are these new opportunities coming in. Let me switch out. That was the last of the ascendium, and now we're gonna move into, for fortune cookies, these new beautiful Deep Love card deck. Beautiful butterfly transformation. So that's what we'll be using for the future ones here. Dun, dun. It's like at a blackjack table. The cards have been changed. All right, so sorry, you have a question here. So with the changing of plans, does that mean Pressure Cooker K won't end up going with SS to see CSTS and LS on those dates? Pressure Cooker K. Yeah, because this is SS, CS, TS, and LS. They're gonna be taking S, right, to, because isn't it S that needs the intervention to say, "We need to get you away from pressure cooker K. We feel like, it's time, things need to change." Pressure cooker K is gonna be traveling, right? And then that's when they do this. Um, I don't feel like there's changing of plans through all of that, what we said. I feel it's more like they're excited about making changes, um, and things. So I feel like the first 4 days are them looking at what I wanna do, what I wanna, I don't feel like any actions taking place. Like S is thinking about what they wanna do with the relationship, but a lot of their energy is invested in career and business and finances and that kind of energy. Um, so this gathering happens while pressure cooker is traveling. So it has nothing to do, all this planning feels more geared in, I'm focusing on my dreams, and there's, you know, independent energy going on, but there's not official separation or anything yet. Just it's kinda headed that direction, if that makes sense. Interesting. Alright, so that's what they have for number 2 for you. And then number 3, we got 22616 coming in here. So thank you for your additional donation. And let's move that there. All the popcorn, yummy. I'm gonna take another sip here. I'm getting parched. All right. So for number 3, dun dun dun. S and pressure cooker K for December. Oh, for the last few days, and then beginning, middle, and end of January. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, I know that they keep it straight for me, but yeah, if I was on your end, I'd be like, wait, 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 wait. I get to see it in my head as well, which helps. I'm a picture person. Um, so, all right, let's take a look here. So, between the lovely couple here, the wonderful blood sport. It's like the you ever watch Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport, where they're tied together, battling in a ring. That's the here they are. They're not really partners, they're more opponents. All right, at times. Um, so let's take a look here. So for December, what can we know for this last week? Okay. And then for the beginning of January, as we go into January, okay. So that's energy kind of is all the same, where it doesn't change a whole lot. Middle of January, though, this is when the proverbial caca is hitting the spinning fan. Let's see what happens here. All right. And then the end of January. Dun, dun, dun. All right. We got those. And then those. All right. What do we have happening here? Yeah. It's interesting that, the 3 of Pentacles is also the helping hand. Let's see if it'll focus here. See if I can get it to focus in. Maybe? Okay. But these 3 people are 2 people are helping the one, kind of energy. So, a lot of that is this, you like the da da da. Dun, dun, dun. A lot of this is, um intervention energy or helping hands, the helpers are, you know, there to try to help things out. So interesting. Okay, so end of December between the 2 of them, what's happening here? Yeah. We have the 4 of Cups, which is stagnant emotional energy, like boredom, and then the Page of Pentacles is that's what they got before is the overall energy in one of the readings, right? But this is about I'm seeing my worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way, and so there is this kind of change that's happening with that, and it's like, yeah, because I'm not, feeling as needy as I was before. The emotions have kinda just stagnated, and because I'm focused on me, and there's not drama, and that's what interestingly enough, what attracted them in the beginning was the passion, but underneath that was friction. They really enjoyed the friction because it expressed itself as passion and in a way, us would submit to that because it felt safe. It's like I wanna say Beauty and the Beast, that's not a good example, but it's kinda like that where, um, if I feel, insecure and I feel unsafe and I meet someone who is very aggressive, I feel safe with them in a kind of unhealthy way. Right? Because they keep me, but I also feel they'll protect me from other people, It's like that little twisted, it's what we go, "Oh, but they're even though they're, a danger, they will protect me from other people." Does that make sense? And I feel like that's what happened there, but now that that's changed, within us and, like, I don't need no freaking hero. I'll protect my own damn self. The the excitement that was there with all that unhealthy kind of stuff is gone. It's not there, and when, um, pressure cooker K, like Dr. Frankenstein tries to, "Let's zap it with a lot of electricity, see if it'll bring it back to life." Nope, it doesn't do anything. Because they don't take the bait. They're like, "Nope, I've disconnected the cord." You can do the lightning rod all you want, but because it's not attached to me anymore, and it's like, "Oh, that's not gonna work." So it's interesting that that's the, energy of what's going on right now. And into the beginning of January, yeah, the Judgment card, which is the calling card, our higher self, showing us things from a different perspective, but more of pursuing my calling. What do I wanna do? Where do I wanna go? How do I wanna go? Kind of energy that comes in here. So I like that, very interesting. Um, some more of that focus on what do I wanna do with my life? Where's my meaning come from? And I feel like that's more S is like, yeah, I wanna what's my dream? Doesn't include you. You know, you're holding me down, you're holding me back, you've tried to suppress me, and so I'm looking for what sets me free and does this. And in a way, that's what, with, Pressure Cooker K, they're also doing that. They're like, "Well, you're wanting to do all this, so I'm gonna do it too." And it started off as a spite, like, "Well, you're wanting to your dream. Well, I'm gonna do mine too, and you're not gonna be included in mine." And then they're like, "Oh, I really like this." And so it kind of, in a way, has got them excited about creating something that's their own. And it's weird that how it happened. All right. And then mid-January, that's going down. We got the 7 of Swords. You had deceit, lies come out. There's a lot of things that are brought to the light here. Yeah, and this is where decisions decisions are going to be made with the King of Wands, deciding what we want to do, putting a plan together and put action behind it. And let me see what's below the surface here to see what kind of things come out here. You got the Emperor. Yeah, this is King of Wands and Emperor energy are a lot alike, where it's I rule over my life. I get to decide what I want. But what do I want? Clarity coming in. Yeah, the Justice card. Clarity coming in, especially around the house of relationships, because ruled by Libra. And there is this I'm seeing things more clearly. I'm cutting things away. I'm able to move forward on this. And and that's where this clarity is coming in with the Seven of Swords. What else? And Temperance. Well, all this major arcana, it's crazy. This is the things that been patience, the thing that have been temperament about. There is this major change with all this major arcana below the surface. There is this, change of perception, this change of perspective. It's interesting. I feel like there's a lot of stuff brought out with the Seven of Swords, and this could be the meeting time, right? The come into Jesus meeting where the family, gets together and they start all talking and real a lot of honesty, a lot of stuff that comes forward, a lot of hidden feelings and thoughts come forward. But I feel like there's nothing that surprises us because people are bringing up or they find out, well, pressure cooker K, they had an affair, and they're like, yeah, I know. And even if I didn't know, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, what if there was more? I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like there's this, um, even though there's these revelations, because of where S is in their life, they're deciding what they're wanting and doing all this. Um, and the family is like, we need to do this and this. And they're just like, the temperance is like, yeah, I know. I'm handling it. You're not doing it fast enough. I'm doing it in the perfect timing. Back off. And they're like, "Whoa, who's that?" Because they normally wouldn't, but they're like, "I'm taking care of things. Do not meddle. Um, I will be fine. I have my plans, I have things that I'm taking action, and I'm getting there. Just let me, you know, I'm the ruler of my life. Let me." And I like this, coming in there because Um, in a way, it kinda shocks the family, but they've been seeing it slowly growing, but with them standing up for themselves. To them, the original bullies and in their life, um, they realize, "Oh, wow, you're standing up to them too, aren't you?" Like, "Yeah, I'm standing up for myself in every area of my life now." And because they're growing in this courage, and, I like this that they're like, "Whoa, whoa." Um, so I like it. I like it because they are deciding for them for the first time in their life, and I like this for them. For S. And, what is it? What's the Mr. Hanky song? Uh, Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Pooh, he loves you. I mean, he loves me and I love you. Oh, vicariously. I always have to sing the song because the word vicariously. Um, it's from South Park, if you don't know. That's another story. But I feel like, Pressure Cooker K is learning a lot vicariously through the experiences that S is doing it. It's like they're watching and going, "Whoa, what's happening?" And I feel like they're kind of growing through it all too. And so if that makes sense. By the end of January, yeah, we got the Empress. She's on the throne. Again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture choosing for themselves. And what's this other little group of cards? We've got the Nine of Wands. Wow. Okay. I just have to show you all these at once because the how they show up here. Okay, I got to do it this way. Boom. The world is on fire. Well, we got the 7 of Wands, which is an energy of, I am not shrinking, I'm not dimming my light, I am being me, and here I am, I'm fighting, I'm being who I am, and I'm not backing down, not dimming my light anymore, and the 4 of Wands is joy and celebration, and the 9 of Wands is this culmination, it's reaching towards the 10 of Wands, which is the ending and beginning energy, but it's definitely the ending is beginning with all this, and the world is set on fire here. Um, yeah, and we got the Magician and the Lover's card here. Action on the relationship happens towards the end of January with this, and I do feel like that's when things really, culminate here, where, um it's towards the last 2 weeks of January, and perhaps that's when the meeting happens that we were talking about. I feel like the meeting happens, and then after that, they have a get-together where s I was gonna say Special K, Pressure Cooker K shows up and, with them, and that's when Golden Child's there and that thing happens with whatever this thing, this gathering, at the end of January, whatever gathering of people coming together, that's when all hell breaks loose. So that's still on the books, but it feels like it's changed from someone being ill, where everyone's kind of coming together, where it's a celebration, where it's someone's birthday or um, anniversary or something. The last couple weeks of um, January. Interesting. All right. Dun dun dun. So it's the beginning, yeah, Ace of Wands on the bottom. Let's see what comes through here on the Deep Love. Yeah, Deep Love card deck. I was wondering what it said underneath there. All right, there we go, boom. Wow. Yep, so there's definitely this grounding energy coming in with the anchor here, and it says, "Trust is the anchor of the relationship, steady and firm." And what I feel like with this, though, this isn't the relationship between S and K. I feel like this is trust is the anchor of the relationship with myself. And I feel this is S's energy. Steady and firm, not trusting in anyone else. I'm trusting in me. And that's the change that really happens here is everyone's like, ooh, okay. Wow. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you there. Wow. So definitely I feel like the last 2 weeks to the end of January is the things begin the which I think we got in a previous reading too, right? Yeah, I believe so. So, all right. So I had a lot of other people come in here. Boy, I got really involved in that one. So thank you guys so much. You are very welcome. Thank you again for your multiple donations here. All right, let's see. Where did I leave off here? I did get, oops. So I did get down to Andrea, 50 for Hector. I got yours. Okay. And Maria P, you're welcome always for doing your readings. You're very welcome. Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? I grabbed your hello, Andrea, and that wasn't your reading. Let me replace it with the correct one. Hello, spiritual brother and family. Good to see you. There we go. I got your correct one now. All right. And then we got you in there. And then thank you, Moonlight, for your donation. Why don't you onto the list here? Oh, let me take a look here. I do have Shanji there. 75. Okay, I do have one before you there. Let me just take a look at a PayPal come in as well. Do, do, do. Oh, yeah. Okay. Very good. And then we have Maria P. So we have up next for donations will be Sean G, then Maria P, and then Moonlight. And then we have Sudeshni. Hello, Sudeshni. Good to see you. Times two. So we'll have you up after that. And then a free question. I do see that. Thank you for putting that. That's really helpful. I'll add you to the free list here too. There we go. Okay, I think we are good. All right. Let's take a sip here and we'll continue here. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I'm so grateful that we can come together and hear from spirit and learn so much around humanity and spirit and tools on how we can transform. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. So grateful for that. Part of the love tsunami. Whoop. Drink a little too much. All right. There we go. All right, all right, all right. So, up next here, let me just take a look here. All right. So, Sean G, let me get your. Oh, yeah, that's going to be number 4 for you. My goodness, thank you so much. So, Sean G, let's put your timestamps here. And here's all 4 of yours today. Thank you so much for all the donations and the support. Let's find you here. There we go. So you really want to open your own art center at the end of next year. I see a way that it'll be possible. Do you see this happening for you? I love that for you very much. That Empress energy that you get all the time as creative. I mean, that's just the core foundation of that, right? All right, I'll just refresh these. One more here. All right. So, do we see this happening based on current energies? Okay, thank you. Watch we get the Empress card. And then what do you need to know about the creation of this as well? Nope, I don't want any of those. What else? All right. Just scooch these around. There we go. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Lover's card, which is an interesting energy. There might even be a partnership involved in that. If that's part of the way you see it happening is partnering with someone else. If not, there could be that energy there that's coming in. Oh, maybe from your previous love reading, uh, it could be maybe together that you guys do that. Oh, okay, we'll see. Well, you do have the Ace of Cups underneath that here. Ace of Cups, though. That's new love energy. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm getting ahead. I'm getting ahead. All right. So, will you be able to? Yep. Ace of Wands. You definitely have the possibility and the energy and the ability coming in here with the Ace of Wands. So, that is, yeah, it is possible. And let's see what helps make it possible here, what they want you to know here. You do have the Six of Cups. Yeah. The past life connection coming in. And I feel like what's interesting is a lot of your artistic energy has been something that has been in many, many, many of your expressions of different lifetimes. It's always about creation and artistry and architecture and creating beautiful things and things of awe has always been such a huge piece of so many of your lifetimes that it's like this is your life. It's if someone said you can never create anything ever again, you're just going to have to be, you know, a business executive. You'd be like, just shoot me now. I don't want to live that. That's not living. that's prison. I feel like it's such a part of you that it needs to be that, and this is what the 6 of Cups is. So it's like this makes sense that this is a culmination of I need to this is a piece of myself. This is I listened to a Mel Robbins podcast. Was it today? I think it was today, or maybe it was yesterday. It was yesterday. It was, in it, they mentioned, um, because it was about motivation and different things is the one, but the question was, "Where is there unfinished business with yourself?" Right? And it's not that you're a ghost with unfinished business, but what is left undone within me? And that gives us our inspiration, and I feel like this is something that you feel is undone. This I need to do this kind of energy, right? So, get out of your way. Yep, you got this death and rebirth energy coming in here. So this new beginning energy, that's coming in, the beginning and ending of some things. What is this about, though? I almost feel like there is a passing of someone that helps financially with that, um, that allows this, whether it's someone leaving an inheritance or someone that has passed wants to or that is dying wants to have, like they want to create something and they want to, like, have some of their estate go to it or something like that. But it has to do around someone's passing and some sort of either inheritance or a donation that someone wants to make for that. Interesting. Let's see what else we have here. Got the 5 of Swords next to the 7 of Cups. So there's a little bit of um, conflict and a little bit of emotional um, conflict or blockage here, and but I feel like it's all right, when it's our dream, like when it's that unfinished thing that you need to do, you're not going to worry about it. You're going to hit blocks, you're going to hit obstacles, people are going to disagree, different things like that, but you're like, that's okay. Nothing's going to stop me. And I feel like this is what they're just saying is like, you're going to face that. Just let that be a fact going, I know I'm going to face these things. And then you don't worry about it anymore. You don't spend any of your mental or emotional energy on, oh God, what if? You're like, no, I am. I know I'm going to have difficulty. I know I'm going to have emotional uncertainty, and that's okay. I'm prepared for that. Then it doesn't become something that we worry about because we know it. It's in the plan. I'm going to hit these and I'm going to overcome them. Below the surface here, you do have the 4 of Wands, yeah, joy and celebration, and the 8 of Cups. Um, walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore, and also this. I just feel like there's this celebration energy that's coming in here. What is this about? Hmm. Sorry, I'm not paying attention down here. I see you guys chatting suddenly. Right in the middle of Sean's reading, talking about the possible new love, a diamond wedding band commercial popped up with just the band sparkling. Oh, wow. How perfect. Oh, it's on the okay, yeah, that's right. Say, "Hey, Deb Deb, good to see you." How perfect. So there you go, confirmation. But I like this walking away from relationships that don't serve anymore. And this 4 of Wands, me, this is a joining together. I know and maybe that's the wedding energy. It is wedding energy, but it's a joyful gathering. What's up beneath that? And the 3 of Wands. Yeah, there is, having the willingness and the flexibility to know that this is my intention, knowing that I'm gonna hit obstacles and I'm going to waver and go different routes and different things. It doesn't have to be an exact way, but I know I'm heading this direction. I'll adapt, kind of energy coming in here. And then lastly, you do have the dream come true and the emperor. So you've got the star, so you definitely have the dream come true. And the emperor is that you get to decide it, that you get to decide this is what I want and how I want it. And I'm putting a plan together and I'm taking action behind it. And my energy isn't about lack, it's about gratitude and that this is my dream. And I love that because I always say that when you're living your dream, you never give up. You continue to go forward and head toward it and you don't let anyone stop you. When you're living someone else's dream, it's like, "Oh, I tried. Oh well." We give up on it when it's someone else's. It's like when you're trying to quit smoking for someone else, um, you end up sneaking around and smoking behind their back and trying and, "Oh, I tried." When you're doing it for yourself, it's different, and that's what kinda changes things. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but I love this for you. And you've got expression. Yeah, this is expressing yourself here. Words are the messengers of the soul. Express your deepest love and care. And this is your deepest love is creativity, right? This expression. It's like I love Mel Robbins. She said something like in her book, The Let Them Theory. It's we don't come here to be someone's wife, mother, whatever. We come here for our expression, how we want to uniquely express ourselves to the world. Just the husbands, the children, the spouses, whoever, they can come along with the dream but they're not, that's not why I came here. I came here to be me and express that. And then they're part of that, journey. They can accompany me on it, but that they're not it, and it's like, wow, I love that. So that's what they got for you, Sean. I love it. Thank you again for all your donations. I'm excited to see what you bring forward here. Yay. All right. Many blessings to you. Right. Maria P., you are up here. Let's put you at 257, Maria. So thank you for your dual donations. There we go. Let me move it off of here. And yours is over here. Let's click into that here. So via the PayPal. All right. All right, let's take a look here. So, how does your soulmate look like? Let's take a look here. Well, see, soulmates are so different. Everyone's a soulmate. Do you mean like the love of your life, the one that you'll be with the rest of your life? All right, take a look here. Is Wally looking at places like to live? And his thoughts moving in with you and the kids. Has he told anyone more about you this holiday? Will we travel? Okay, and when? Let's do this. When cards here. And to where? They'll tell us all of that in that one. And a song from Walter to you. All right. I ain't gonna sing it. Well, maybe, you never know. I might channel Ariana Grande or something. I don't know. That would be a wreck. All right, let's take a look here. So, how does your soulmate look like? Um, 4 of Swords. Wow. It's interesting because the 4 of Swords is one of the cards that we get for we got so much for you guys in the beginning, Wally, right? Where he loved the cocooning and the stepping away where it was just the 2 of you and the world was gone. It was just the 2 of you in this wonderful little cocoon, peace of mind away from all that, the world, right? So it does feel like that's what your soulmate looks like, not with the eyesight, whatever, but with the heart. And is that wonderful energy. So I like that. Is Wally looking at places? Yeah, I feel like we got the 5 of Pentacles, which is that fear of lack energy that comes a lot with them, and the 2 of Cups is your relationship. So I feel like they are, but they're trying to figure out finances and stuff first here, and I feel like that's the obstacle is that they're trying to make sure that they have enough, right? And so there's steps that have to happen, and they're kinda looking to try to understand how much money that they would need to have and what kind of steady income and budget, and so they're trying to look at everything, which, there's a lot of things involved. It's not just simple, his thoughts about moving in with you and the kids, well, it is one of the choices. We've got victory, movement energy, so it's not out of the question, but it's one of the choices on the table for them with them thinking of things. So it's not like a no, but it's a, all right, it's one choice. Let me see what all of them are. Let's see what's best for everything, right? Has he told anyone about you to anyone else on this holiday? The Queen of Cups feel like, um, who is this Queen of Cups? Is this mother? It's someone they did tell someone, a very emotional, intuitive person, whether this is an aunt or and maybe not grandmother, I don't think any of them are left alive. Could be their mom or an aunt. It's someone very in tune and, a very emotional, empathic person where I feel like they're like, "Come here. Come outside with me for a smoke," or whatever. And then they go outside and she's like, "So what's going on with you? I see something going on here." And she's very intuitive and he's like, "Well," and then I feel like he shared it, with them. But he's still kinda keeping it on the down low just to get through the holidays and didn't wanna create drama, um, in that environment, you know? He wanted it to be separate and, um special instead of, mixed in with all the other stuff. When he shares it, he wants to make sure, of course, of a lot of other things in place too. So hopefully that makes sense. Will you guys travel? When and where? Page of Swords. I do feel like there's planning with the Page of Swords coming in here. We've got May 21st to June 20th, September 23rd to October 22nd, January 20th to February 18th. So these are all the air sign energies, which they are a no, they're a Scorpio, right? But I feel like these are I feel like he hasn't made a decision yet. He's planning again. It's like all the where we could do this or this or this or this or this or this. I don't feel like the plans have been absolutely made yet, but I do feel like there's 3 pockets of travel, that are here, and they're trying to figure out ways to do that. One is to go hunting, and I'm just kidding. You're like, "Ah." And then fishing, another one, fishing trip. No, he wants to do things that you'll enjoy too. All right. And then a song from Wally to you. The 2 of Swords. What's this? What's this 2 of Swords? What song is coming in? I'm not sure what song this is because it has something to do with Under the Moon, but it's about I don't know if there's lyrics in the song about under the moon, which way to go, because it's all about, you know, um, because it's not about conflict. This one, it's about deciding which way to go under the glow of the moon kind of energy. And I'm not familiar with the song, but I feel like it's a song that you both would know, which doesn't surprise me because I grew up a very sheltered child in organized religion where listening to other music up until I was probably 16. Well, it was probably like it was from 13 to like 17 or 18. I didn't listen to anything besides Christian music. Um, and then after that, I didn't really listen to a whole lot of other music till I went dancing in the clubs for a few years. And then it was, so I'm very limited in my um, music. So hopefully those words will tell it, but it's like under the something of the moon, deciding which way to go, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe that means something to you. I don't know. Let's see if your fortune cookie will shed any light on this as well. So you've got, yeah, language. Use your language. Oh, look at boo boo doo boo boo. So we've got, it says, learn the language of each other's love, communicate the depths of the soul. Wow. You know, what I've been talking about learning to communicate, right? Well, here it is. And that is a wonderful book. If you haven't read The Five Languages of Love, then definitely check that out. It's been around for forever because it talks about learning what like your um you know, the five languages are love. I talked about it earlier, I think, which are being told that you're loved, um, being um, someone spending time with you shows you you're loved. Someone giving you gifts shows you that you're loved. Someone giving you the gift of service, like they're doing something for you, like mowing your lawn. Oh, thank you, service like that, or touch. And usually they say like two really stand out. We all have kind of all five within us, but there's two that really stand out, and sometimes even one that really stands out. But sometimes we think because that's our language of love, that's theirs too. And you realize, oh, so when I was doing all this, that didn't mean anything to you as much as me doing one of this. Like, if someone's language of love isn't being told, and like, I love you, they're like, yeah, all right. But, if my language of love is like touch and you're not touching me, but you're telling me, or you're not giving me gifts, and that's my language, but you're telling me and spending time with me, I'm like, yeah, but if you loved me, you'd give me something, you know? It all depends. It's like learning what our language is and what theirs is. It really helps a relationship. So I love that for you. So many blessings, Maria. Thank you again for your donations. So I appreciate that. What do you say here, Deb? Did I change my beard goatee? It looks cool. Oh no. Think I might have just trimmed it down. I don't grow very much here, but I've got all this. I think I might have, like, shaved it down a little bit so it's not so scruffy. If I could let it grow out, I look like Santa Claus. My brother, it's funny, my mom sent me a picture. They live out of state, so, but she sent me a picture of one of my niece's, birthday here recently. Not my niece, my great niece, so my one of my niece's daughters, and when they took the picture, you can see, like, there's a window behind her, and I can see my brother, and he's got this big white, beard, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I can see Santa Claus in the window." She cracked up. It was funny. Anyway, we'll continue on here. Thank you guys for your patience in getting to your readings here. So, let me grab this and this here. Take another sip here. All right. So, Moonlight, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll circle back for your free reading here in a little bit. So, we'll give your, well, you got a burger. Thank you for the burger, your donation. And let's see. Okay, so, oh, here it is. What and who is coming towards you the 3 first months of 2026? All right, let's take a look here. Let's see here. What's going on in January? What's going on in February? February. Okay, February. I was going to say, is there just one for February? And what about March? All right. This one too. Okay. All right. What do we got going on here? Yeah. Overall, for the whole 3 months together, you got the energy of the King of Pentacles on the bottom, which is about a culmination of things in the physical world, the feelings of abundance, fullness, maybe even seeing your worth in a whole new way as well, a grander way. So I feel like it's continuing to grow there, which is great. It's a very auspicious um, 3 months here. For January, you do have the Hanged Man, so there is transformation, a lot of seeing things from a different perspective, a bit more of cocooning coming in there. Um, so some transformation, some regeneration coming in, and the Magician. So two major arcana coming in here, and this is you stepping into your power, you really focusing your energy, reserving your energy for that only which you want to invest energy in. And I feel like you're very picky. I will say selective, very selective on where you're investing your energy in January. So I don't feel like there's really a who in there as much as what you're doing is you're deciding like where you're wanting to express your passion of your heart here, but you're seeing things. I feel like you're cocooning and you're kind of planning and reflecting and deciding what you want to do, being very aware of your energy in January. February, we've got the high priestess, so still off in your high priestess temple, connecting with the spirit world, trying to see things from a higher perspective. So you're doing a lot of learning, a lot of growth these first couple months, but there is quite a bit of this, I know, hermity type energy, cocooning, being away up in the mountains, in the high priestess temple. Yeah, the Two of Swords. February, you're making some significant decisions here with this Two of Swords, deciding what your story is going to be with your life. I like what we talked about earlier with Sean G, where it was in a Mel Robbins podcast I listened to yesterday. And again, there's this what's left unfinished in you that you want to complete in your life. And I feel like that's what you're doing these first next couple months is really deciding what is it that I want to do? What's left unfinished? And what do I wanna what's keeping me from doing that? And I like that kind of energy that's coming in here. Again, I don't feel like there's a someone involved here during these because of this being alone and being pulled back here. March, you've got the Two of Pentacles and the Queen of Wands. So, I feel like there's 2 things that you're really investing your energy in here with the Queen of Wands. And you have these 2 opportunities in the physical world. Let's see what those are. You got 2 cards underneath. I feel like these are the choices. One, you have the Justice card, which is, oh, and it's interesting that the other is the Nine of Swords, which is the nightmare and insomnia. So I feel like the choices we have here are I just feel like you get to this point of like, well, I can go back and do what I've always did and fall into those expectations and that because I feel like maybe there's a little bit of, based on current energy, a bit of impatience, which is understandable. By March, you're kind of just like, I'm just tired. I want something to happen. And then there's that thought of, well, I could always do that, go back to what I've done before. That's safe. That I know that's there. But then the Justice card is about seeing things from a higher perspective, the other side of the scale, and going, "Or I could do this," which feels like it takes more energy and it takes more coming out of a comfort zone, but it feels like you are set that in March to do something differently and significant differently with it being the Justice card. What does this bring you here? Oh, yeah. But it does bring you to the King of Cups, this compatible person if you choose to do something differently. Um, I just feel like it's worth the wait instead of, Like, we can always go back and do what we've always done and get what we've always gotten, but, and that's the whole thing with, like, love. If we search for love, we chase it away, we push it away with our it's like if you're in a pool and there's a leaf or something you're trying to get, if you go towards it, it actually your ripples push it away. If you instead bring this energy towards you, then you draw it towards you, which is gratitude and having the patience and all of that. So I do feel like there's this fullness that comes in, but the first quarter does feel a lot of reflection, a lot of clarity coming in, a lot of making some different choices as well. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. Let me just finish pushing these last ones in here. Here we go. See what else we have here for the first 3 months. Oh, this one here. You've got compromise, which says learn the art of compromise in relationships. I like that, but I also feel like they're saying don't compromise in who you choose, but you do learn to compromise and give and take. And there is that. Did I don't think it was today's. It's one of the ones coming out, either posted already or it's coming out tomorrow or Monday, but it's about, um, deal breakers. How many deal breakers do we have? If we have more than 5 deal breakers, the video that I watched years ago said, then you need to be by yourself until you can get it down to 5, because 'cause you'll drive yourself crazy and other people crazy if you have these deal breakers. Um, but I feel like that this is this energy of learning to go, what's important, what's not important. But that's that compatible person that's coming in the future. It's worth the wait with them. All right. So that's what they have for you. And we'll, like I said, I think you're up when I get to the free readings, you're up first there. So you have a free reading. We'll be circling around for that here momentarily. All right. So many blessings. All right. Sudeshni, you are up. Let's grab your time. Here's your first one. You do have two. So this is number one. We'll give your first one a love and a like here. Thank you so much for that. Will your operation be successful in January? Yeah, we'll take a look here. Hey, hey. I am well. I hope you're well as well. Yeah, I don't have an operation, but I have a procedure in January. They're doing an endoscopy going down into the inner world. Last year it was the other way. The colonoscopy. Yum yum. Those are fun. Actually, I was asleep for it, so there's not a uh, I woke up feeling refreshed and felt like I had gone to a different universe. Anyway, and luckily I'm asleep for this other one too, so that's good. But let's take a look here. Of course, looking at operations and doctor stuff, I just need to have the disclaimer down in the description box. I'm not a licensed medical professional, and tarot's for fun and for entertainment purposes, and always, of course, consult medical professionals, which obviously, hopefully, medical professionals doing the operation, not a monkey, right? I like this for you because the first card that came out is the Empress card, which is a very nurturing, harvest, abundant, positive energy. So it does feel like things are going very well here. And it's Mother Nature, which, rolls over the physical body. So we like that. What else can you know here about your operation here? Okay, we're good there. I think that's everything here. Yeah, even the bottom of the deck, you got the Page of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy, new abundance, very earthy, good energy on both sides here, both ends. What else? Got the Five of Pentacles. And I feel like there's this change here. The Five of Pentacles it's like the fear of lack, but there's a transformation. It's like when we depend on humans, that's where we experience these fears of being abandoned and being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough. And we do experience that in humans because when a human goes into fight or flight mode, when they feel unsafe and out of control, they do pull back everything in a survival mode and do abandon us um, and that's where we experience that. But the transformation that happens when you realize that your sustenance isn't determined by men. It's your your sustenance comes from source, from the empress and mother nature, mother nurture is part of creator. It's the creator and the creatress, God and goddess. They're together as one. We experience the different personality of them, different energies of the creator in both of those, but they are bringing us our sustenance and our source, and we can trust. They never freak out, they don't fear, they don't withdraw. They love us eternally and unconditionally. So you're in good hands, is what I feel the big important thing is to realize with that. Yeah, you got the Lover's card. You are watched over by a great host and Knight of Wands. Yeah, it'll happen fast, and recovery, I feel, is fast here. Emotional choice, you really learn a lot through this, that you get to choose how you feel through it all. You can choose to suffer and focus in on pain and what people are doing, not doing, the lower vibration, or you can focus on joy and gratitude. And that changes things. It allows you to heal faster when we're in higher vibration because our body is able to work at its most to help us heal and recover from whatever. When we're in fear mode, our body shuts down our immune system and it shuts down our, you know, um, digestive system. It floods our body with all these chemicals. It makes it more difficult for it to run there. So if you choose as much joy and gratitude through it all too, that definitely helps there. Absolutely. See what your fortune cookie says for this too, but it looks good. And for a faster recovery, you focus on a higher vibration. If you need to stay out of work, then low vibration. It makes you stay out longer. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That was just a joke. Just a joke. Laughter is also healing. All right, let's see what we have here for your fortune cookie for this one. Yeah, balance. Balance. I love it. Boom. Says find the balance between giving and receiving. I like that. Good balancing energy there. I thought you said it was January. Will my operation be successful in January? Well, I feel like it is. Let's take a look here. I didn't ask that question. It was more that it's happening in January and would it be successful, right? So let's see here. I'll just do a quick question here. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. That is definitely a positive result. So yes, I do feel it's in January. All right. I'm glad you have a sense of humor. All right. So that was number one. And then for number two, we got 32303. Oops. There we go. So here are all of your timestamps. Boom, boom. There we go. And let's give that a love and a like since it lets me. And you were like, love and finance for 2026. Which month should you be more careful on? Okay, we'll take a look here. Oh, okay. Very good. All right. So let's take a look here. So, love for 2026. What do they want you to know here in love? What else? This one and this one. And that one. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. And then finance. Yes. 2026. Boom, boom. And boom, boom, boom. I feel like they want these two for what else for 2026. All right, we'll just grab all those. Yeah. Of course, you got the Three of Wands. There's a lot of changing here going on here, right? There is this New information coming in and changing course, new information coming in, changing course. So there's a lot of that with finance and love, things going different directions than you had planned, um, or really you choosing to go different directions because of the information. So what you had planned with the new information, you're like, that's not what I want to do anymore. I'm switching things up. But it's you changing things there. And then we'll see here. Um, which month to be more careful on? You mean for love and for finances? Let's take a look. For love, and then what about for finances to be careful? I feel like that's the one you were more asking about, but we'll take a look. All right, so for love, the month you need to be more careful on is May 2nd to June 12th. Yeah, 9 of Swords. There's a lot of fears or expectations around love, during that period of time there. And, um, and that's just because a lot of the, um, supposed to be's and as I do a earthquake here, sorry, I bumped the table. Um, it's the supposed to be and should be, need to be and have to be. It really draws in during that month. We'll see what else they have here for you, but it feels like that's the testing period where a lot of expectations are brought in strong and you have to decide whether I'm going to do this or not, kind of energy. So for love, you do have the judgment card. Yeah, this is being called to see things from a different perspective. And we've got the Queen of Cups coming in here, which is following your heart, following your gut, following your intuition. But there is this energy with both of those combined together is, again, this makes total sense with this Nine of Swords, which is mental energy, and the Queen of Cups. She not only rules over cups with the king, but she gets a second portion of cups. She's the master of the heart, the emotion. And so this is your heart. You're being drawn to follow your heart regarding love instead of your mind. Our mind tells us who someone is supposed to be, who they're supposed to be in the relationship, how the relationship is supposed to form and progress and end up, and what is it supposed to bring me, and who am I supposed to be in it? It just is this heavy energy, right? Um, but that's what comes to a head where the heart wants to go this direction and the mind wants to go this direction. That's the big month here. May 2nd to June 12th is when the mind really goes, I need it to be my way. And you're like, why? It's opinion from the outside world. It's not what my heart wants. Below the surface for your relationships, you have the Page of Wands. So there is this heightened passion that happens this year. That can be someone coming back, from the past, but a new spark, a heightened spark, a different spark. Yeah, we have the High Priestess. There is a lot of time, um, alone this year, but this is for you to step back and see things from that higher perspective, look behind the veil and dive deep into your emotions. Um, so there is a bit of time of that first. Perhaps that's the first half of the year. And then May 2nd to June, what was it, 12th? Yeah. That period is that questioning period where you're releasing a lot of these expectations. And then, yeah, and then you have the King of Pentacles comes in, which is abundance and fullness, a groundedness regarding love. So I do feel like there's something like someone that comes back, but they've changed and you've changed. It's not someone recent. It feels like it's been a few years, maybe even 3 to 5 year kind of energy where it's given them time to transform and you've had time to transform. And now when you guys come together, it's different. But that would be, I feel, in the last part of the year, like after June 12th to the end of the year with that heart and mind. I know, right? Well, that's all right. So you have time here with that. And then with finances, your month to focus is May 16th to July 28th. And we have the Eight of Swords. So you got all this thinking energy, right? Which this is an energy of letting go of old mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted when it comes to the finances, right? And Yeah, it feels like both of those are overlapping that period of time. You're really letting go of a lot of expectations, which makes sense because a lot of things are tied. A lot of thoughts are tied to the same emotion because one emotion can create a thousand thoughts, a thousand rules in the mind. So when we get to an emotion below the surface, it can transform a lot of stuff in a lot of different areas of our life, right? But I do feel like this is a lot of, thoughts about the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, which has us focus on lack. When we have expectations around love, expectations around finances, that sucks the life out of things. It's lack energy, it pushes stuff away instead of focusing on gratitude for what we have, what is, that draws things to us instead. Let's see what your finances talk about here. Yep, the 4 of Swords. Here it is, letting go of the expectations and resting the mind around finances. And you've got the Star card too. What is the dream come true? Um, but this also is balanced energy here. It's air energy. So all this, it's Aquarius. The star energy is. But that's this the old ways don't work anymore. There's new ways to create thinking to be able to bring abundance into your life. Let's see what's below the surface here too. Yep, 2 of Pentacles, more balance. So your finances do balance out when we balance this out. The stories that we tell ourselves that, oh, it's supposed to be this and it needs to be this, and I fear it won't be, right? Um, well, it doesn't have to be. I don't feel like it's a so much a relationship that you've been in before, but I feel like it's someone that you've known before. I don't feel like you've been in a relationship with them before. Um, I feel like it's someone from the past that you didn't get in a relationship with, but now you both have changed, and now it's um, then now there's attraction there. Sorry. And you got the 4 of Wands, you got joy, celebration energy here, which is a gratitude energy, and the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, this independence, financial independence, this feeling of independence. So I do feel like there is a way to get it's questioning these thoughts and beliefs around lack and supposed to be and should be when we're focusing on that. That's what's pushing it all away. But when we change to an attitude of gratitude and focusing on the abundance I have in my life and that I have had, that's what changes things here for you. Focusing on the celebration of what you have and not the lack of what you have. And it changes things. The more we step into that, the more we flow and we allow things to come in. These cards were in addition for 2026. What do they have here? Yeah, King of Wands. Next year is the year of the fire horse. It's a great opportunity with the King of Wands. You have this ability to, again, get out of your head and into your heart about what is it that you want in your life. You get to decide, you get to clear the throne room of all these advisors, all this advice from people, all this opinion, and then you get to decide what it is that you wanna do with the King of Wands. You put a plan together, then you put action behind it, but it's getting out of your head and into your heart is a big theme for next year. Yeah, the Queen of Pentacles, yeah. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, putting yourself first, choosing from your heart. Again, the Queen of Pentacles has cups behind the scenes, so this is about choosing for you, choosing from your heart again. That's what brings you this feeling of abundance. Yep, and focusing on joy, 10 of Cups energy. Again, it's the more you focus on a higher vibration, the more higher vibrational experiences, events, and people you invite into your life. And the magician is the underlying energy. You have all the power. King of Wands, Ace of Wands. All of this is about you're not at the whim of the outside world. It's not like, you know, how's life going to be? For me, what's life going to bring me? Well, it's going to bring you exactly what you're focusing on. Yeah, you even have the 2 of Wands on the bottom. Whatever you focus your energy on is what you draw in. And there's no right or wrong. The universe totally 100% supports us in whatever we're focusing on. If I'm focusing in on, death and destruction, the universe is like, all right, that's what you want. That's what we're ordering you. And you're like, Wait a minute." If we're focusing on joy and celebration, like, oh, that's what you want. We'll bring you more of that. They don't look, the universe doesn't look at life as right or wrong or good or better, worse, anything like that. They look at it as just different choices, different experiences. It's like ice cream. They don't have an opinion about what ice cream you should eat. What flavor do you want? You focus in on that, you draw more of it in, right? So I love that for you. Let's see what your first fortune cookie. Oh, actually, this is your second one. Your second fortune cookie is. You've got tradition, tradition. Yeah, keep doing the thing, keep doing things the same way. It says create tradition for two. Create traditions for two, continuing the flame of love. So create your own traditions is what I feel this is here. And I like that. Not just keep doing what always has been done, but what do you want? You get to start your own traditions in a way. New thoughts, new beliefs, new actions, new ways of doing things. So I love that. Right, so that's what they have for you for that. We do have a free reading for you too. I saw that. We'll circle back around for that here in a moment. I think that was it for my donations. Let me just make sure I didn't skip over anyone here. God forbid I skip anyone. Lord, I feel so bad when it happens because it does happen sometimes. I just look at it as spirit didn't want you to have a reading yet in that moment. That's why they blinded me to it. Has nothing to do with my old man eyes. Not at all. Alright. So up next we have Moonlight, and then Just Janelle, and then Andrea 54 Hector, and then Sudeshni. You'll be up there for that. All right. So Moonlight, let's grab your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here is this one. Anything spirit wants you to know. Waking me to your live. All right, let's take a look here. What does spirit want you to know? Oh, you were waking up to me being live. Hello, hello. Welcome to a new day there on the other side of the world. All right. So what does spirit have here for you? Okay, that one and this one. Yeah, I like it. It's exactly what's going on here for you here. And they were celebrating. Don't judge yourself. Don't feel guilty. You have the Four of Swords, which is rest, 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 and you rejuvenate. And then the Ace of Wands, then the energy will come. When the energy comes, you do things. And when you're ready to rest, you rest. But it's your body needing it right now. And especially with this Cancer super full moon coming in and how you're working and you're not used to all that activity and all the being around all that energy and all these other people and all that, it's important for you to regenerate and be gentle with yourself. And I feel like that's the big thing is be gentle with yourself. Don't judge yourself harshly. Don't worry about what other people think. I know you don't a whole lot anyway, but there is this just rest. Don't feel guilty. Just allow yourself nappy time and rest when you want to, and when you have energy, then do things. But I feel like this is an important time for you to regenerate and be gentle. Be gentle, I feel is the big message. So I like that for you. Short and simple, but that's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. And then just Janelle, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Maybe. There we go. If I can type. All right. There we are. So you want to know, what is the energy towards Josh? Your friend is trying to set you up with this person. Don't know what to think. I know, right? All right. Let's see what spirit wants you to know here. All right. What is the energy towards Josh? What? All right. Thank you. Well, we got three energies here. because you got, well, the number 3 energies. You got the Empress, major arcana number 3, and then the 3 of Pentacles as well. And, this is some very creative energy with the 3s, very nurturing energy with the 3s, and I like this. I like this. This isn't normal for you to be set up with someone to meet, right? And you're like, I feel like, why not? Go just check it out. It's like no expectations, just I'm just gonna, get to know who you are. I just want to see who you are. No expectations. In fact, I don't want it to be a blind date. I just want to, I want to get to, let me just meet him. Let's meet for coffee and just hang out. It's not a date. I don't want it to be a date. I just want to get to know you and just gonna check out your vibe, man. I like that kind of nonchalant, just like, hey, let's, they feel like at the minimum, we might be great friends. They feel like there's things that they feel you guys have in common, or that you guys would, um, have a good connection, and it doesn't need to be, you know, no pressure. And I feel like if you are like, "Yeah, I'm happy to meet someone, but, if it's not there, it's not there. I can't choose that. My heart will know, my body will tell me, my everything will tell me." And I like this creativity, this why not? But I feel like their energy is very creative and a very maybe artistic, in a way. Um, I feel like they're not I was gonna say, I feel like they're not normal with this energy here. They're not the norm, which is great. They're kinda have this unique, they're true to their authentic self, and they are who they are, and I like that. I like that energy. Um, so little quirky, which is good. Um, Being an Aquarian, I love abnormal because 'cause I'm abnormal. So, I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in there. So hopefully that helps there. Just you know, what's the worst that could happen? I know, right? Meet in a public place. I'm just kidding. All right, many blessings. Hey, Sudesh, I'm gonna do one more free reading here, and then I'll circle back around and do your donation, and then you're the last free reading too. So I just thought I'll just group that together if you don't mind. I know you don't. You're very generous. Thank you. Decided for you. So Andrea 54 Hector, hello, hello. Here is your timestamp. So who's coming towards you in love for 2026? All right, we'll take a look here. All right, I got these two in this one. So we've got the two. Oh, okay, because there's two of wands here. All right, I like it. So the two of wands is a power of choice coming in here between two different energies here. And so you've got the Eight of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. So we do have um, the Eight of Cups. The energy I get from that is it's someone that you've left behind. It's a relationship that you left because you were investing everything. You were like the one that giving 70% into it, and they were giving 30%. And you're like, this is not for me anymore. And so you left that there. uh, so the choices that you have these two passions that are coming in 2026, some one of them returning, and I've changed. I can give you 40% now. No, I'm just kidding, it's not that. You're like, "Yay." No, but it's like, "I've changed," and you're like, "Alright, well, if you say you have," and it doesn't have to be like, you don't even have to give give 'em a chance, you're gonna go, "That's okay. I'm glad that you've changed, but, you know, I can say, we have too much history, and it would be difficult for you to prove to me that you've changed. It's probably better for you to start with someone new, because you'll start fresh and you won't have all that baggage that we have. And it's best, I think it's best for you, because I don't feel like I want to go through that. Thank you, though. You don't have to go like, "I'll give it a try, prove it to me." You can be like, "No, not interested," um, but in a kind way, right? So I like that. And the other one's a Knight of Pentacles, which is something that's they're a slow-moving individual as far as they don't move fast into a relationship. They wanna get to know you, they wanna take the time, and they want to just step through things with each other as well. So I really feel like that's like a difference. It's reminded me of my third relationship. The first two, we moved in very fast, um, and you miss all the red flags. You think it's a carnival because when you move fast, you miss all that, and then you deal with all the stuff at once while you're living together. The third relationship was like, "No, we've got to date for a year before we'll move in," and I was like, "Oh my god," because I had trust issues. I liked being embedded in their life because then I could spot if they were cheating, and they always were. The first 2 were. Aha! But this is like this slow moving, it's a good growth energy, um for you here. So I like that for you. Something solid, something slowly built lasts for a longer period. Something quickly built falls also quickly as well. So I feel like that's what they want you to know for 2026 so far, Andrea. So many blessings to you. All right. So Sudeshni, thank you so much for your extra donations here. So we will jump in. Let me take a quick whoa, almost knocked my cup down. All right. All right. So for number 3, we got 34649 for this timestamp. So thank you so much for your number 3. Give that a love and a like. And will new relationship be with sorry, I have to look. My eyes must be getting tired. Or my resolution's too small. I might need to make that bigger. Let's take a look here. I think I did make it smaller. That's why it looks weird. All right. Let's take a look. Is it Leon? Will this new relationship be with Leon? Okay, based on current energies. Okay, is it with Leon? And what else we have here? Okay. Well, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Wands, which feels like a third direction. Option 3, it's not this one, it's not that one, it's someone new maybe. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Wands with the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, so Ace is no, it's someone new. Someone you don't know yet. It feels like this energy here. Um Yeah, this new relationship, because it wasn't, we didn't say, no, that was the last one I had. It wasn't someone that was coming back, right? Because this feels like someone new. Let's see what else they have here too. Yeah, we've got the Lovers card, the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, it's someone that's been alone for a little bit, doing their own work, you know, communicating with spirit and doing their internal, you know, um, I said someone coming back. This must not be Leon then, but it feels like it's someone else here because it feels like someone that's been alone for a while, working on their own self. And this Ace of Pentacles, if this is someone coming back, like they're saying here, the Queen of Wands is someone that's been working on themselves, but they're seeing their worth in relationship. Oh, you didn't have a relationship with them, but you know them. Ah, okay. That makes sense then. Well, but I still feel like it's someone else. Let me see what else we have here. We got the Queen of Cups. Again, this emotional energy and the Two of Pentacles. Interesting here. With all of this, I don't feel like it's Leon though. Because this feels like it's no, it's another option. Because the Two of Pentacles is like this. I'm like, no, it's not that one. It's this other one coming in here. But it feels like it's someone that's been alone for a while, really doing some inner reflection and um been balancing themselves, really been focusing in on themselves. But with that 3 of Wands, I do feel like it's a different option that's coming in here. Because this was I'm sorry, I did so many readings today, the morning session today. It feels here like and I'm getting tired too, so your second, next one is gonna be my last one for tonight because my energy's um, I can tell when it starts getting staticky. But there's this, because we talked about it, someone that you haven't been in a relationship before that's coming back, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you, Spirit. And so I feel like there is this, it's someone different. It's someone different that's here. Um, because it almost feels like it's been, like as we said, right? Like 3 to 5 years. So it's almost like you're meeting them for the first time because it's been a while and you both have changed so much. It's almost like they're a different person. That's the energy I'm feeling is like, no, it feels like whoever this is a different person. And I don't feel like that's Leon. They, I feel like you've interacted with them, right? This feels like someone that's kind of been pocketed away, even maybe away, and now they're back in town kind of energy that's coming in. Yeah, it's even like there's a ship arriving, is what they're showing me. It's like they're arriving and they had gone away and they're back and they're different. And it's like, wow, okay, interesting, you know. So I feel like it's someone different, but they've someone that moved away, if that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. All right. Yeah. Transparency, which says maintain transparency, let sincerity shine through every conversation. So I like that. You know, when you meet them, you might even be as friends, hey, I'm back. And you're like, yay. And then you're just being truthful and honest and open and not worrying about games. There's just this sincerity and honesty, I feel like that comes through. So hopefully that helps. All right. So that's that one. And then for your fourth and final one for this evening for donations anyway, we'll do your free reading here in a sec as well. Here is this one. And we'll give that a love and a like. Boom, boom. And so we want to know, has Johann been faithful these few weeks? All right. Let's take a look. See here. Has Johann been faithful? Okay. All right. What do we have here? Well, put this back in the deck. We have the 3 of Wands coming up here. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got here. Well, and then underneath that, the 3 of Pentacles. 3 energy. It's kind of like a third party kind of energy. We'll see. We'll get confirmation here with these other cards, but that kind of is raising a flag for me. Let's see what we got here. We've got the Justice card. It's it is Libra energy that rules over the house of relationship. And we have the Tower card. Yeah, there's this lightning bolt energy about removal, sudden removal out of life. Well, let's see what these other cards are here. These are just, yeah, this beginning of a new adventure that comes after an ending, a new beginning, Ace of Cups, new love, new self love, Nine of Swords, nightmare and insomnia energy that's coming in here. There was a tower moment. Oh, I'm like, what? It just feels here. There's a lot of clarity that comes in here, and they're reminding me if someone wanted to do something, they would. It is that, if people say this and say that and say this, but they don't do it, it's like they would do it if they wanted to. You know, People can say a lot, but not do a lot. And I just feel like there's this justice card bringing in clarity and bringing in this energy of, if it's not working, the more I focus on trying to make something work that I know is not going to, the more I'm delaying me and moving forward into letting them move towards someone that would be in, you know, alignment with them and me finding someone who's more in alignment with my energy, right? Um, oh, you mean like being unfaithful or screwing around, right? But this is like you would be faithful and show me the love and commit to me and choose me if you wanted to, but I don't feel like they're doing that. And it's like, what am I waiting for? What am I trying to get them to do? I can't convince them to do something that they don't want to do. Because if they wanted to be fully all in and show you who they are, they would. But they like hide things. You know, they they are that, you know, um, they're not clear in their answers, I feel like you would have to ask the question in a way very direct. Like, "Are you sleeping with Susan?" "No, I'm not sleeping with Susan." When really your question is, "Are you sleeping with anyone?" And then it's like, "Oops." Now they have no escape. They're like, "No, you asked me if I was sleeping with Susan." I wasn't. I was sleeping with Susanna." Oh, it's like that trickster, that they're like, "No?" And it's like, "Yeah, why am I if I don't trust them, then why am I with them?" Right? Because if they wanted to be faithful and committed and all in, they would, and they're not, and so they obviously aren't ready and able to choose that, and that's okay. You go and be you. I'm gonna go and find someone that matches my energy, right? So, interesting. But that's what I feel is for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. All right. And yeah, the ancient tree. Beautiful card. Let your relationship be like an ancient tree, strong through the storms. But I feel like this is love for yourself, not so much the love for, you know, those. It's like because the roots of the tree are here, and if my self-love doesn't have deep roots, then the outside love just keeps falling over. So it's important for me to develop my self-love because that's the roots that keep the outside loves grounded, if that makes sense. So interesting. That's what they have for that. All right. And then let's move into the final reading for this evening. Dun dun dun, Sudeshni. For your free reading, here is your timestamp. And your question is Bradley being honest about being robbed, or is he involved in a way? Oh, did he take Daniel's money? All right, let's take a look here. Absolutely. Thank you for all your multiple donations tonight. All right, here's your cards. Let's see what we got going on here. Are they being honest here? Hmm, hmm, hmm. You know, we have the 8 of cups and the 7 of cups, and then also the 7 of wands. There's this conflicting energy with the sevens. Like the 7 of swords is like a lying and deceit, right? The 7 of cups is emotional confusion. The 7 of wands is me being true and standing, not dimming, but like this confidence of I am me. This 8 of cups is this energy of emotional flow energy. This isn't really giving me, I kind of feel like it's not all this energy is like it's not cut and dry. It's like, well, I wasn't involved ish. It's like there's complications. There's a lot of conflict energy here. Let me move these to the side here. I just want can you tell me yes or no? Were they involved? Or are they lying? Are they lying about what happened? Yeah, see, 5 of wands, more conflicting energy. This is group energy here too. I just feel like there's the 8 of cups almost is like, yeah, it's like walk away from this. There's just a lot of conflict and dishonesty that's here, but I don't feel like it doesn't feel cut and dry. It feels like it's complicated. It's like, were you involved? Oh, it's complicated. It's like, were you or weren't you? And it's like it's having trouble getting them because I feel like it's like I'm involved, but I'm not involved. Unknowingly involved in some, and then realizing things, it feels very complicated. I can't it's interesting. I can't really explain it. But let's see, is Bradley a dishonest person? I just want to find that out. Do they tend towards that? Are they a leprechaun of shenanigans? Can you tell us that here? No, not generally. 10 of Pentacles, it feels like they're, more focused on abundance here. He's always high on drugs. Yeah, he's always looking for the next score with the 10 of Pentacles. They're always looking for abundance, always looking for this. So it doesn't feel like it's not like they're dishonest because I don't, okay, this makes sense because now that you said they're on drugs, that makes sense with all this confusion that I'm feeling tapping into their energy because see, so this makes sense. So, like, if I'm on drugs and I'm high, I'm not making sound judgments. What I'm doing, I think I'm doing right because this is the belief of what I'm. It's like someone that gets a polygraph. If they believe it, it won't show up. And this is what's coming in here is they believe that what I do is it wasn't dishonest. Um, because this helped me or blah 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 kind of there. So, yeah, his energy is so blocked because it's all over the place and it's mooted but so, you know, um, when we ask him, "Were you really robbed?" Well, yeah, I do feel like, I was robbed. And he was like, "Did someone take the money from you or take it from there?" Yeah. It's just like it's just very, I don't know. He said his TV was stolen in his housebreak, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, um oh, did he take so this is 2 different things. He was robbed from a TV, and then Danielle that's why it's 2 different questions. I thought this was all one. Sorry. So he was robbed, and the money was stolen, you're talking about 2 separate situations, right? Okay, now that I have that and I have this energy, let me refresh the cards here, and we'll do one more read here. So it's actually 2 questions. Is he being honest about being robbed? Did he steal from, Danielle? So, I'll give you 2 free questions here. So the question 1 is he being robbed? I mean, when the TV is stolen and he was he lying about being robbed here? Yeah, Ace of Swords. There is more truth to be found out here. So, yeah, that one, I don't feel like he was robbed. I feel like he went and sold his TV. Did he take Danielle's money? Can you tell us that here? Yeah, King of Wands. I do feel like they did with the King of Wands here because the King of Wands is about, you know, getting all the other right and wrong out of my head and what do I want? What do I need? Putting you know, his a plan together and then but it feels like they were more reacting. It just doesn't feel planned. It just kind of feels like, oh, I need this, because they're high and they don't realize they're stealing. They're just like, oh wow, look, this is a gift, kind of energy. I don't feel like they really were planning and plotting. It just feels like it's like almost like if you're dreaming and it's like, "No, I wouldn't steal." And it's like, yeah, but when you're high, you're in another world. It's almost like you feel like you're dreaming, kind of energy here. But it definitely feels like they're, um, in a rough place in their life, they're trying to dull their pain. They're with the King of Wands, I feel like they're trying to gain control, you know? Well, drugs? No. Drugs are expensive. He makes good money, but, um, when you have no self-control, then, we have that kind of energy here. But it does feel like they're just in this, confused time in their life, and they're just doing things that they normally wouldn't do because there is this desperation, and when you're addicted, um, it's still, you know, you're investing all this money into it that you need more and more, you know, your body adapts, and so you need more, you need greater amounts, and then the hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper, That's the kind of energy that I feel is going on with that there, but, um, yeah, it feels like there's some hidden truths with that Ace of Swords. That King of Wands, it just feels like I'm trying to get my life together, trying to get out of a hole that I'm in, and I feel like they were high in the moment and they don't even realize that they were like, "Yeah, I could use this." But it doesn't feel like it was like, "I'm gonna steal from them." It was more of a reaction in the moment because I was high and wasn't myself, right? I was my two-year-old self going, "Oh, look, a cookie. I get to have the cookie," kind of energy that's coming in there. So, hopefully that helps. And sorry for it's starting to get really staticky, like I said, so, take that as you will here. We can always ask tomorrow when I'm refreshed a little bit too, but I've done 8 hours or more of readings today, and it's getting late here, so I'm so sorry about that, but, um, so thank you again for all your donations and your patience with all that. In here in a moment, after I finish, I will pick 2 winners, one from the, donations, one from the free readings. I will post it in the pinned comment that I'll post after the session is ended, here in within about 5 minutes. And then if you haven't gotten to the drawing for my, full moon reading, coming up next week, where you can have a chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, you can check out the link in the description box or the one I just posted in the chat. It's the same one. Also, we have this last of this, my both my, personal readings, my live and personal recorded readings, and my hedges are on sale through the end of January 1st. So January 2nd, I'll be changing the pricing back. So if you want to take advantage of those, be sure to do that. And if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, that is out there. We just put out a new episode this last Christmas Day. So if you want to catch up on that one or any of them, the playlist is down in the description box. Or if you go to my main page, it is listed at the top in the playlist there too. So I'm so grateful, everybody. Thank you so much for all your patience in getting to your readings and all the love and all the support, all the likes too. It does help spread the Zen love. It's a way you can show some love to me and to the channel. I'm so grateful for that. And I'll be back tomorrow for more. So if you don't win tonight, one of the readings, if you show up tomorrow, there's two more that I'm giving away. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So sleep tight, sleep well, enjoy these Cancer super full moon dreaming that we're having, that a lot of you are probably already having with it being January 3rd next week. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.